everybody, and welcome to day 2 of the Clash Royale League World Finals here in 2023. Day 1 was absolute pandemonium.
Clash Royale League World Finals Day 2 starts now!
Snowball in, Hog Rider, and that's it. Air Surfer going through to the upper bracket semifinals.
It looks like it's gonna be over. Moogie taking game number 2. Coming out from the crowd. Moogie.
Oh,
Tower,
one's on tower. And that's it. Pandora taking another big win.
They're not allowing Sam to go on
And the
offense.
Hog connects and Sam knows it's over. Pedro takes down a world champion. And that is a clean defense. Ruben knows it's over. And our former world champion stays alive as we say goodbye to Hire. And this is huge. Oh, the reflection on the log by
It's
Thomas. And that is it. Wallace is eliminated.
But because of the earthquake,
Wow.
that's gonna be able to take the tower. Adriel takes game number 3, pushes the knight away. Minor right tower. Ladies and gentlemen, Muhammad Light taking a 2-0 sweep.
Cooper's videos on when it first came out.
And
But look at jumps. Oh my word. And
That's
there you
it.
go. Bye tower.
This is a crazy start to this set.
Oh, and the Sparky looks like it's on
Sparky's
tower.
on the tower.
The Sparky heads. Gobba Giant plus evolved barbs are in. Oh my word.
Light.
Is Adriel gonna do it? Is Adriel gonna do it? He does it. Adriel beats the champion.
Muhammad Light is eliminated.
The pressure is on day number 3, where we will crown the 2023 Clash Royale League World Champion. Do you believe in destiny? Do we control our fates, or is the story already written? The truth lies somewhere in between. Someone in this room is already the next Clash Royale League World Champion. They simply have to reach out and claim it.
6 players, $620,000 remain on our final day. 2 rookies, 2 veterans, and 2 former world champions. Could the years of unrelenting drive finally pay off for Pandora or Air Surfer? Could one of our rookies, Adriel or Pedro, complete their Cinderella story? Or will one of our former world champions be the first ever to reclaim the crown of CRL champion in Ruben or Moogie? Today, all questions will be answered. Day 3 of the 2023 World Finals starts now.
Hello everyone, my name is Joshua A.C. Sharon. To the right of me is Jackson Juicy J. Wall. Oh boy, day 3 is finally here. One of these 6 remaining players is going to be crowned a champion. 2 days of action has happened so far. Juicy, what has caught your eye so far this weekend?
The biggest thing I have to point out are these rookies. We have Adriel, we have Pedro coming in, first ever World Finals appearance, knocking people out like Vitor, a 4-time consecutive World Finalist, Muhammad Light, the last year's World Champ. And I mean, that's all I have to say about the last 2 days. Talk to me about today's format, Josh.
That's right, 16 players were here on day number 1, down to 6. 16 players compete in a double elimination bracket. Best of 3 matches using the duel format. Like always, last player standing, crown the world champion. Boy, that's gonna be exciting. Day 3, oh, gotta love it.
Next up is prize pool. Every player here, like we said, 6 players left, are going to be competing for a large amount of this prize. So once you get to the 1st through 4th, that's where it really bumps up. 4th place, 65. 3rd, 80,000. Then it jumps up to $125,000 for 2nd place. And first prize, $250,000. I mean, that is so much money for a few days in Finland.
That's right. I mean, the hands are going to be shaking. Every single player. All you have to do is control your emotions. It's only $15,000 for a best of 3, then 25, then 50, then 100. I mean, goodness gracious, there is a lot on the line today. Let's take a look at the bracket to see these remaining 6 players. Right now, in the upper semis, we have Air Surfer going against Mugi. 2 absolute titans right there. Pandora and Pedro going to be the second games of the day. And then in the lower side of the bracket, we have Adriel waiting for the loser of match 23. That's going to be Air Surfer and Mugi. And then Ruben waiting for the loser of match 24, Pandora and Pedro. I mean, Air Surfer and Mugi, Pandora and Pedro, these are just such incredible games on its way. I mean, we're starting off with Mugi Air Surfer. I am so excited for that. My hands are actually shaking, not because I'm nervous, not because there's cameras, because I'm exhilarated. I just want to see these matches.
Yeah, I talked to Mugi and Air Surfer before this match, but before then, I got to call it out. We got to introduce these players.
Let's send it on down and let's introduce these players with the best of them. Andrew, who do we got?
Looking to claim their spot in the top 3. This is a $30,000 best of 3 for a guaranteed $80,000. Make some noise for Air Surfer and Mugi!
And I'm pretty sure I see it from Air Surfer wearing the shirt that he asked very politely, using the watermelon shirt, hashtag, I think it's Watermelon Boys or something like that, something similar to that right there. And, you know, enough of the fun. Let's actually talk about the players. Juicy, what do you got for us?
Absolutely. I talked to both of these players before the broadcast. I told Mugi good luck, and he said thanks. He kind of walked away. He's like, I don't need it. I talked to Air Surfer, and I said, Air Surfer, are you going to win? And he said, sure.
Yeah, that's about what I expect. We've seen some incredible impressions from some of the co-casters this weekend of some of these players. Air Surfer, always a very soft but solid sounding guy right there. Mugi predicted by 70% of the people at home to win it, and I guess that kind of makes sense. Mugi has won a world championship before. Air Surfer on the other side receiving 30% of the votes. That still sounds pretty good. He just was able to qualify because Vitor was able to get the golden ticket, and that's what actually bumped him into making it to these world finals. Both of these players absolutely phenomenal, and we're done talking. Let's get into game number 1 of day 3.
Crowd getting very excited for the melon shirt here. Similar to the community predictions, the 70-30, I just want to point out that Air Surfer has won 1 out of 3 matches versus Mugi so far this year. So those predictions pretty spot on with how this match could go.
Oh, decent log to start off the match. Air Surfer only getting the chip damage from the log, but you still love to see it forces out the delayed response from Mugi. So Air Surfer on the top, running the Mighty Miner, Ice Spirit Goblins, probably going to be another Hog Earthquake deck right there. Mugi, it could be a mirror. Just have to wait on the next couple of cards, but Hog EQ to start it out today. Love to see the mirror match to start it off.
I love this mirror match, and I love this deck. This Mighty Miner allows for 3-card cycle, allowing for multiple Firecrackers on the board and many Hog Riders. Really good play by Air Surfer here, though. Getting that early King Tar activation, that will give him a small advantage.
Right here, 1 minute into the day, Hog coming down from Air Surfer. Goblins in response going to need something else, and the log to help out the Goblins. No shots whatsoever. Both players just kind of resetting right now.
Other thing to think about is that Firecracker Evo cycle. I believe that Mugi is going to be having his Firecracker in cycle a little bit quicker, maybe able to have that evolution a little faster as well. A lot of the time, that evolution Firecracker forces out Earthquake plus Log in order to take it out.
And right here, you do have to look at the one slight difference in the mirror matchup. One player, Mugi, going to be running the Tesla. Air Surfer on the other side using the bomb tower. So during this match, Air Surfer is always going to struggle against these Hogs. He might want to place it offset to the opposite end, try and get those troop pushes that we've seen on Twitter. On the other side, Mugi is going to have an easy time defending with the Teslas outside of the Earthquake range.
And it really seems like Mugi has a very Air Surfer has a very solid control of this match. He's getting those Earthquakes on the tower that he needs to attack, but Mugi taking this opportunity to attack the opposite lane, maybe that's something that he's confident in.
And right there, slight misclick, and he's going to be able to go in with the log. Goblins are still going to come down in time, and so not give up any damage, but right now, Air Surfer up by about 350 HP. Mugi going in with the Hog behind the King Tower.
Here comes a Hog Rider from Air Surfer as well. Evo Firecracker is in cycle for both players. We see Earthquake plus Log go down to take that out. Will his Hog Rider connect on the left-hand side? No, Ice Spirit's gonna stop. All around though, Mugi getting the damage lead for the first time this match.
And right there, that is a massive push going down the field. Tesla snipes the Firecracker. That was a beautifully placed Tesla from Mugi. That could have been absolutely dangerous if he messed up that interaction.
Mighty Miner back from Mugi once again. Air Surfer is pretty close to getting his Hog Rider back in cycle with a 3-card cycle. He might go for it very soon. Hog Rider from both players once again. Let's see how Mugi defends.
And right here, Tesla low. Wow. No Earthquake so far from Air Surfer. Air Surfer just going to respond with the bomb tower. But a little bit of Earthquake damage coming in again. Mugi kind of flipping the matchup, takes the lead now.
Yeah, he's playing this to a T. Firecracker on the right, not going to get that very important shot. We have 38 seconds until triple elixir. How does this match really change once we hit that triple elixir time, Josh?
Well, I think we do have to take a look at just how Mugi is playing this matchup. Going in early with the Hogs behind the King Tower, it's very clear to see that Mugi knows exactly how to play this mirror matchup. It is obviously something he has practiced heavily throughout these World Finals.
Hog Rider inbound. Evo Firecracker is supporting Log, is going to hit the Firecracker pre-log on Ice Spirit to try and keep the Firecracker alive, but he does miss. Evo Firecracker connects on tower, and so does those Goblins.
And right now, Air Surfer looks to be going to the opposite lane. Should switch it up, go same lane. Instead, goes in with the Firecracker. And we see him go Firecracker on the right side, so that way his opponent, Mugi, doesn't get any Log or Earthquake value.
Here's the Evo Firecracker at the bridge. Will it get a shot on tower? Hog Rider inbound, bomb tower to defend. Log coming through, hits the Firecracker. Evo Firecracker is chipping that tower down, and this is massive damage for Mugi.
Right here, Air Surfer finally realizing that he has to go to the left lane. Firecracker going to get sniped by the Tesla. This could be a little bit of damage. Right now, the Hawks should make it to the tower if nothing else comes down right there.
Another Tesla in cycle. Earthquake does not hit. Log does hit the Goblins, though. It's such a close game. Will this Firecracker connect on tower? No, it will not, but Mugi's Earthquake will.
Air Surfer begging to try and get chip damage from the Firecracker. Earthquake coming down, and right now Mugi just needs to defend out, and he's gonna win the game.
There goes the Earthquake. Mugi taking game 1 versus Air Surfer in our first match of day 3.
What a battle between these two players. Air Surfer taking an early lead, but was not able to hang on. I mean, it's clear from the very start, we could see that Mugi knew exactly how to play that matchup going in with the Hogs behind the King Tower. That's something I've seen maybe once or twice, but never on the big stage.
Yeah, and the other thing is he really utilized that Evo Firecracker for the maximum ability. He always was getting chip damage with that. And the biggest thing to know, once again, is the difference in the building in that matchup. Like you called out at the beginning, that Tesla is able to be very easily out of the range of the Earthquake, while that bomb tower, it's very difficult.
Yeah, one of those really, really frustrating interactions is sometimes, especially in triple elixir, you place the bomb towers in the middle and the Earthquakes are coming down, and it can actually set you up where the bomb is kind of exploding in the process of exploding in the middle of the map, and you don't get to place the bomb tower where you usually place it. So that's just one of the many reasons why the Tesla is so much better in that mirror matchup.
So we have a Hog EQ mirror matchup, game 1. I'm very interested to see what we're going to have in Game 2. I have a couple things that I want to point out here. A lot of the time, we see Minor Poison being so influential in the meta, but in previous day, a lot of the time, these players are losing with Minor Poison. For example, Airsurfer's first match versus Hire. He lost his Minor Poison and then reverse swept. It seems like it's really kind of getting shoved out of the meta by beatdown decks like Lightning Goblin Giant or Lightning Electro Giant. So maybe we'll see some more of that here in this game too.
Yeah, that's right. Both players going in with the quick cycle. We could see the flip-flop. We really could. Going straight into those Goblin Giant, Sparky. Although we really haven't seen Sparky. I mean, we've seen it a little bit, but not as much as I expected. We've seen also variations with the Goblin Giant and the Mega Knight. So, I mean, we've seen it day 1, day 2. The meta is constantly evolving, trying to switch just 1 or 2 cards. I've seen a very popular Goblin Giant mini P.E.K.K.A deck posted by Zopsam earlier today on Twitter. So we're going to see which of these players is going to be able to adjust properly in game number 2. Coming in soon, coming in right now, actually. Let's head on into game number 2. A lot of the crowd begging for the mortar. We're going to see if that happens. But a lot of these pro players do not like giving in to that peer pressure, which is very honorable right there. Phoenix coming down from Airsurfer. We saw the quick cycle in game number 1. I would expect to see heavier with the Tombstone as well. Maybe coming in with the E-Giant Archers. Archers have been a very popular evolution so far this weekend.
And we see the Minor first play from Mugi, but like I talked about, I think Minor Poison really getting pushed out of the meta. After seeing the arrows, I'm 100% certain that Mugi is using Monk Minor Balloon here in this game too.
Yeah, Monk Balloon coming straight into the meta, and Airsurfer is using the Bowler E-Giant deck. NATO an option for him, so the NATO plus the Tombstone, he's gonna, I think he's not gonna have too much trouble unless Mugi can come out of nowhere with some of these balloon pushes.
Bowler able to lock on tower for 1 shot, giving Airsurfer a slight damage lead and an elixir advantage as well. Barbarian Barrel plus a balloon at the bridge. How does Airsurfer defend? He has a Tombstone, but he doesn't have Tornado. But like you said, he does have the Evil Archers.
And right there, no death damage, I believe, coming in from Mugi. We're gonna have to wait and see. And yes, no death damage whatsoever. Airsurfer with a very clean defense and a 3 elixir advantage as well. So Airsurfer, Phoenix, Tombstone, NATO, Archers. Definitely, wow. I mean, Mugi doesn't have a big spell as well. We could see Airsurfer defend for the rest of the match if he wanted to.
Here comes the Mine on the right, in the safe spot once again. Doesn't want to allow a King Tower activation. Airsurfer actually allowing this damage to go through. Maybe he's going to go for an Electro Giant with this Bowler once again. There it is.
Yeah, so we're gonna see if Airsurfer is going to be using the Lightning variation. He could try and snipe the Lightning plus the Archers. Will he get the correct placement? And he absolutely does. This E-Giant is going to be an absolute menace. The guards doing their absolute best, but it's not gonna matter. This left tower is gonna go down, 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 down to 2377. Airsurfer taking a very slight advantage, but in a beautiful spot right now.
And once again, after that very nice aggression, you have the playing field level, and Airsurfer's up elixir once again. That's the thing about Electro Giant. Not only is it going to push and do damage, but if played correctly, you can prevent any counter push as well.
Lightning coming down, going to take out the left side Archer. We're gonna have to see if the bar barrel in tow will work out, and it does. Monk in response, and it's going to be able to take out the Bowler, but just an interesting use of the ability right there. And the Bowler actually stays alive. That is massive for Airsurfer.
And now it's Airsurfer starting to have these Evil Archers. He does have arrows for it. 1 survives. And look at this bomb tower absolutely getting shredded. Will this E-Giant make it to the tower once again?
And right there, E-Giant going to get just a little bit of baby damage, getting the tower down to 2386. But we're seeing it constantly. Airsurfer getting 1 good push in, boom, immediate reset. It feels like Airsurfer is ahead in elixir by at least 6 or 7 throughout these last 2 minutes.
Monk ability once again deflecting the Bowler shot, tanking that Phoenix as best as possible. Snowball gonna slow everything down, but this bomb tower is dead to the Lightning. And that's the other thing about E-Giant, and it's why that these Lightning decks are countering so many of these Minor Poison decks. You can just apply pressure throughout the match, Lightning cycle, and it's enough to really kind of do enough to win the game.
Not able to get any chip damage right there. Mookie finally sensing an opportunity to go in, goes in with the miner behind the crown tower, and
Boy, this balloon.
good push coming in, but I believe... And he's not going to be able to do anything to it right there. A great adjustment for Mookie, just waiting for that opportunity to strike, and he does it beautifully. 1 minute left, triple elixir on its way, and Mookie up by 1,000 HP worth of damage.
Yeah, now this is a situation you don't want to be in. Miner goes to the back, it's getting chipped. Phoenix Tombstone once again to defend, but he needs damage. And it's so hard to break through at this point because you were relying on Lightning Cycle. Look at the balloon!
Oh!
It connects again!
It gets the shot! 2-0 sweep from Moogie right there!
Wow, and I can't help but think there was a couple mistakes from Air Surfer there. He had the Tornado in cycle, but he was thinking he didn't have to use it, maybe trying to save it for offense versus those archers, but you have to get the King Jar activation if you're gonna do something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like Air Surfer was up in elixir like throughout the entire match, and it just didn't matter. Mookie activating the reflection ability from the Monk perfectly. The bowler was getting itself down to about half health, the Evoed archers in tow, trying to take out the rest of the push. It was a beautiful adjustment from him. Andrew, what does Moogie have to say about his set?
Moogie still perfect through 3 days of competition. In game number 1, you had a Hog EQ mirror matchup. How did you take advantage of Air Surfer's mistakes, or how did you come out on top?
もう3日間一つの試合も負けなかったんですけれども、第1の試合の時にミラーマッチやりましたね。このようなマッチはどうやってプレイして勝利できるんでしょうか。
先ほどのホグ対決は後ろからホグを出すことでサイクルをうまく回して2周目を指す感じを意識してました。
So I just put the hog from the back. I tried to play it from the back and somehow like make a better cycle than my opponent, and that's how I managed to go ahead in this game.
Yeah, that one Hog in the back was the big difference. In game number 2, it looked like Air Surfer had all the answers to Balloon. He had a building, he had archers, he had Phoenix, he had NATO. Don't worry, you don't have to say all those. But he had all the answers, but you were still able to break through. How'd you do it?
第2の試合の時に茂木さんはバルーンをプレイしたんですけれども、エアサーファーはいろいろなこれを勝利できるカードを持ってました。トルネードとかアーチャーとか建物を持ってましたけれども、それありましたけれども、茂木さんはずっとタワーまでこのバルーンで行けました。これはどうやってできましたか？
正直自分も少しミスはあって、相手のちょっとしたミスに救われた感じだったとは思います。
So to be perfectly honest with you, I think I made a lot of mistakes or some mistakes in that game, but fortunately my opponent also kind of missed a few things and I just took advantage of what happened then.
Well, mistakes still 6-0 here in the 2023 World Finals. Let's hear it one more time for Moogie.
I mean, did I hear that right? 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. I'm taking a look at the bracket right now. Moogie still 6-0, perfect on the weekend. Absolute. I mean, this is what we expect from our number 4 finisher last year, and he's able to pull it off again this year. Let's take a look at the bracket right now, and there it is. 2-0 against Adriel, 2-0 against Ardentoas, and again 2-0 from Air Surfer. So he's having himself an absolutely wonderful weekend right now. We got Rich up in the booth, and Rich, what do you got for us?
Well, I mean, that was an interesting matchup. Of course, the winners here at this stage guarantee themselves top 3. So now Moogie is up there in that moment. He said something very important, right? He did say that he had made some mistakes and his opponent made some mistakes. But whoever makes the bigger mistakes on a stage like this, the critical ones, that's the one going down to the lower bracket. And, you know, you had this first matchup, the near mirror here, and Juicy, this one felt like it came down to just a couple of key placements near the end.
Absolutely, it's all about the building, that Tesla doing such a great job, but it's also the fact that Moogie was able to abuse that 3-card cycle with the Mighty Miner to a little bit of a better degree. Josh, take us through this deck too.
Yeah, I mean, visually, you look at it and you see the Lightning, the NATO, the Tombstone, but Moogie's defense throughout was just top-notch. He did not give up any openings to Air Surfer's offensive pushes. And the E-Giant, I mean, it's one of those strong cards because, you know, when you have the just the supporting troops for the pushes, they're always gonna die into the E-Giant, but with Miner Loon, there's no support. Those are the only 2 cards on your offensive push.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I also can't help but think maybe Air Surfer just should have played a Tornado just one of those times versus those balloons. Yep. After the Phoenix nerf, it's so hard to get a good hold of how much damage it's gonna do. But I think we do have a Telestration up next from Rich himself.
Well, let's take a look at maybe one of those moments you were talking about as we jump in to the action here. And you can see what looked like a nice move, right? The bowler to take out everything it's looking at, take out those Evo Archers, but now take a look here. Look at the Elixir situation as we look up here and we look down here. Yes, you spent 3 Elixir and got those Evo Archers off the board, or at least you guaranteed it, but now you're 3 Elixir down here, which is a real problem as we're gonna see the Balloon come in right at the bridge, the Phoenix come in to contend with the Balloon, a beautiful snowball, and we're to pause right here. Take a look at these Archers down here. These Archers are focusing on the smaller damage rather than the bigger damage. Those Archers need to be focused on that Balloon, and then they can turn and finish off that Miner later. But right now, that Balloon is your big problem. That's your big target. So the Balloon gets through, 1 Archer comes down, and they're just stuck, focused there on the bottom, and that's the first big shot that comes in. You have a bit here on the board, right? You have a Phoenix, you have the Death Archer. Instead, Air Surfer resets, and we'll jump forward a little bit here. And now we get into a similar sequence again. Balloon comes in, and now you're gonna see, hey, we're up to 3, and Air Surfer makes a decision now that he feels with 47 seconds left, he has to go in hard. He has to go get this bridge play. And watch this. He's gonna go ahead with 5 Elixir, throws the bowler down. There you go, bowler's down right there. And I think this was just a case of there's so much going on the board, you're so stressed out, and you're focused on one part of the game and not the other part of the game. I think that if we played that in an alternate universe, Air Surfer defends that, and we might have a different ending, but we don't have the ending that we had.
Yeah, that's right, and we are just seeing so much Balloon throughout this tournament, and it's because these players are so intelligent, so smart. Oh, my opponent used the NATO, I can go in. He only has 3 Elixir, I've got 4, I can go in. It is just brilliance from Mugi, exactly what we expect. Andrew, who are our next 2 opponents?
Well, Josh, you're gonna have to wait just a minute for that because we got to give a big shout out here to our foreign language casters. This is a beautiful arena here at Clash Fest. And of course, on the stage, Josh, Rich, myself, and Juicy are there. But behind me here, you can see all the other foreign languages. We got Portuguese, German, Italian. Yeah, that's right. Give it up a little bit over there. We got Spanish, French, and of course, at the very end are our Japanese casters who have been having a lot to celebrate. And of course, you guys can always check out on Twitter at Esports Royale EN to find each one of those individuals tagged, and then you can go and find those streams there. And also, while you're there, you can put up some posts. Hashtag ClashFest, hashtag CRL, and maybe, just maybe, we or maybe they will bring some of your tweets on broadcast. But let's hear it one more time for our foreign language casters. Please, audience.
You absolutely love to see it. All of the foreign language commentators doing their absolute best. And I'm pretty sure now we're getting the player introductions. That was my mistake. Who do we got introducing our next 2 players?
Coming up next, we have 2 players with a lot to prove. They've done so much so far, but the journey takes one more step right now. It's Pedro and Pandora.
Pedro and Pandora, a lot of talk on Pandora. Obviously struggled at the World Finals the previous couple years. Does not seem to be the case. And Pedro, no World Finals experiences, no problem for him whatsoever. He is playing absolutely stunning gameplay.
Yeah, last couple days, he's taken out the former world champion, Ruben, 2-1, losing first with Minor Poison once again.
Yep.
That'll happen. And we also have him taking out Samuel Basoto yesterday. Not taking him out, but sending him to the lower bracket. That is one win that I have seen with Minor Poison. Pedro, one of the best Minor Poison players in the world, multiple top 1 finishes as well.
Let's take a look at the community predictions. Pedro at 38%, Pandora at 62%. Right there, the veteran getting the nice little lead in the community's eyes, and I guess it does make sense, but Pedro, you have to take a look at his gameplay. It has been absolutely phenomenal this weekend. So much skill being shown, and I guess from Pandora, he's also shown that same level of skill. Let's see that level of skill right now. Game number 1 from these two players on its way.
The crowd really wanting to see some mortar here. Maybe we'll have Pedro have the mortar right here for the Hog Rider. No, he goes for the bats and the goblins. It still gets a hit though.
Wow, and a lot of elixir spent from Pandora right there. The snowball, earthquake. He's gonna be down a lot of elixir. Pedro, how is he going to want to abuse that? Goes with a little Prince in the back. We should be seeing a decent push right now from Pedro. I mean, he could have the Royal Delivery as well, but Pandora's using up all of his spells.
I can't help but think that maybe Pandora got a little bit lucky there. If Pedro had the correct cards in hand, like the Goblin Giant to punish that massive elixir spend at the beginning, this could be game over already, but instead, Pedro not having the right cards to punish, he has to cycle out the little Prince and that Rage, and we're in more of an even game now.
Pedro going to still go in with the Goblin Giant, even though he did have that most likely poor cycle early on. And this Tesla plus Knight plus Skellies, these are all going to put in a lot of work. But again, I mean, he was just down so much. Can this bowler get taken out by the splash from the Firecracker? Great defense from Pandora. No panic whatsoever. Gives up one little Spear Goblin Chuck, but not too bad. Pedro forced out to defend.
Fisherman in the middle with a boulder will get King to activation. Will it stop the Hog hit? Yes, it does. Wow, fantastic defense. But Pedro's offense here, this counter push is looking crazy. If you can get a Goblin Giant here, it could be game over.
I mean,
I'm not sure he hasn't cycled though.
Are you kidding me? We're gonna defend like that? I was going to say, oh, why does he not Fisherman try and pull the Hog into the King Tower? But it really just doesn't matter if you can make placements like that. The bowler, in order to push the Hog away from the tower, great placements from Pedro right there. You have to be so impressed.
Ability from the little Prince, gonna get that Guardian out there to make sure the Firecracker is not splashing on that tower. And I can't help but once again just point out how Pedro's cycle has been a little bit messed up this entire game. Pandora reaping the benefits of that here with a bit of a damage lead. And I love the opposite lane pressure though. You cannot always go same lane in this matchup versus that bowler.
Right there, Goblins to defend, does not have to worry about the pre-log, considering Pandora does not have a log in his deck. So Pedro just going to utilize that bowler very, very well and sets himself up with another bowler already. Two big purple guys on the map.
Yeah, not only that, a little Prince as well. He's making sure no Hog Raiders are allowed to go anywhere. So forcing Pandora to actually use his elixir defensively on these Teslas to just prepare for that defense. But here comes the push from Pedro.
And right here, Fisherman going to yank itself into the range of the Tesla. This is looking like a mighty fine push, but again, another Tesla placed down on the map. We're just gonna see if one of these bowlers can get any sort of value, but Pandora putting on a clinic right now, defending absolutely perfectly, and again, Ice Spear, but that is a mistake. No, not going to matter. Will want to make sure that his placements don't take out the Teslas in the future.
Evo Knight at the bridge. Evo Bats on defense plus a little Prince. I love the snowball onto these Bats though, and this Hog Rider is getting some massive damage. Pedro needs to counter push here, but it's so difficult versus these Firecrackers. Pedro's last spell here is Lightning, which means this Firecracker is getting massive amounts of value.
Right here, these Firecrackers flying away from the Little Prince, so that way the Little Prince is taken out fully. 1 minute and 30 seconds left, and Pedro just has not had an offensive push whatsoever. These Goblin Giants are getting taken out so easily.
Here comes our first Lightning of the game. Rage as well. This Goblin Giant's pretty healthy going towards tower, but the Ice Spear plus Firecracker and the Knight is doing a great job of controlling. Earthquake wipes out all the Goblins as well. This is a masterclass of micro interactions from Pandora.
Yeah, Pedro still trying to look for just any opportunity opportunity to go in. Bats on top of the Firecracker, trying to take that out. Does so nicely. 900 HP separating the two players. And I mean, really, what are you supposed to do? He's tried going double bowler. He's tried doing everything and anything right here. Fisherman to set up the Hawk, going to the King Tower. Going to defend it beautifully, but he can't do anything on offense.
We have two Goblin Giants on the board. Maybe he can get it done right now. Lightning is going to drop right now, hitting absolutely everything. Range up, Goblin Giant is locked on tower. Oh, Pedro making the absolute fantastic comeback. I can't even speak. This is insane.
The Ice Spirit gets taken out, not going to make the jump. Pedro come from behind. Victory, triple elixir is all he was waiting for. And Pedro, the lightning, the beautiful lightning, taking out the Tesla, the Firecracker, a little bit of damage on top of the Crown Tower. He was waiting for that moment.
Yeah, he waited for that moment all game. The perfect opportunity. He had the Evil Bats in cycle. They did not die to the Snowball. He used the 3-card cycle of the Little Prince to get the Goblin Giant back in hand, to have two Goblin Giants on the board at the same time. It was triple elixir, so he had enough for the Lightning, which perfectly attacked the Tesla, the Tower, and the Firecracker. All the stars aligned for Pedro in that match. Beautiful gameplay.
I mean, I need to take a look at this replay because there's so much going on, and really, he finally gets it going. The double bowler, that's what he got earlier, but this time he was able to get the double Goblin Giant. We see it right there. The first Goblin Giant is the same thing that we've seen with the RG metas. The first RG trying to set up the second one. The first Goblin Giant setting up this one. That's the Ice Spirit that was not able to make the jump. The second bowler doing the damage, getting the tower all the way down. Pedro, I mean, it's clear he was just waiting for triple elixir. He would finally get that good lightning value that he was trying to set up. And that rage, I mean, because it does the damage, because it's able to take out those skellies or the bats, whatever the matchup is going to ask for, the rage is such a fun card to watch now.
Yeah, and it synergizes so well with the Goblin Giant, because not only does it increase the movement speed and his hit speed, but it also increases the rate of fire from the Spear Gobs on his back. So it is a triple whammy when it comes to the Goblin Giant rage.
Yeah, and the Bat's evolution, I mean, I was gonna say it didn't really do too much, and I guess it didn't, but still, it forces out snowballs, and any time that you can force out any kind of spell, it allows your pushes to, condense and set themselves up. And right there, triple elixir. That's all he had to wait to see.
And once again, I just have to point out the patience on that lightning. I think 99% of the players see the Tesla, lighting the Tesla right away, but he waited extra half a second, and that lightning hits the Tesla and the Firecracker. Once the raid dropped, it was over. Enough about last game. Let's hop into the next one right now.
Game number 2 underway. Pedro going to be running Miner. Juicy, you've talked about how Miner has struggled so far in these World Finals, but I feel like it was Pedro that was one of the players that was able to have success with it. Am I crazy? What's going on with that?
You're absolutely right. Pedro was able to win a match with Miner Poison. I also want to point out how Lightning is now not going to be available for Pedro. So I think he's going to lean on this Miner Poison, and it seems like maybe he's going to get a decent matchup, but I'm not sure though. Pandora actually going to be using, I believe, some recruit bridge spam here.
Oh, that is right. We've seen this deck before. I think it was on day number 1, Lumberjacks, Skeleton Dragons, and there we go. Crowd erupting right now because the Mortar is finally played by one of these players. Mighty Miner plus the Ice Spirit will come down and should be able to take it out very, very nicely. No Mortar shot onto the tower, but that's not a problem. Pedro just going to reset, but this time with a Mighty Miner on the board. Goblin Cage in response from Pandora.
I cannot help but be just as excited as the crowd for this Mortar, because Pedro is the best Miner Mortar Poison player in the game. It is his best deck. He's finished on ladders so many times, so well, and Pandora, on the other hand, using more of a aggressive offensive deck, I can't but think that maybe Pedro's got a pretty good situation for himself here. Although you do have to watch out for the arrows' value. Those arrows are going to do so well versus the minions and the Evo archers throughout this match.
Wow, great interaction knowledge from Pedro. And will we get another? I mean, you said it yesterday. It always gets that shot. Mother Witch going to come out right there in response. Archers not going to focus on top of the Mother Witch, so Pandora going to clean that up nicely. But Pedro, I love this deck choice. I feel like we've seen this Mortar Minions Goblins variation sometimes this weekend. Instead, going with the Evo to Archers, no little Prince action. Pedro with a huge lead going against Royal Recruits Ram Rider.
Minions in the back, whereas Pedro does have the Mortar, which has done great for him on offense so far. As we head in this double and triple elixir, Mortar's not going to be the building of choice that you'd like to see for defenses versus these recruits. You'd much rather have a bomb tower in this situation.
Right there, will the Ram Rider be placed down in time? I believe so, and it absolutely does. Fireball gonna come out, take out most of these troops, but there we go. Mortar getting another shot. Pedro just knows how to have a Mortar find the tower.
Evo recruits are on the board. Mighty Miner ability taking some shields off. They're all going to start charging. Ice Spirit perfectly able to stop every single one of them. Recruit gets a little bit of damage to the left. Will we see that on the right as well? Yes, we will.
Wow, 2 shots coming in from the Royal Recruits Evolution. Pedro, I mean, it's hard to expect perfection from him, but we always do. And right there, just a slight mishap with those interactions.
I love these Skeleton Dragons over the river. Rather than going for a Fireball onto that, not only does he get these Skelly Dragons down, but they also are able to get a little bit of damage and apply a little bit more pressure.
Good Ice Spirit jump right there, going to defend the right lane very, very easily. These minions are getting a ton of value, but he will have to be careful about that Mother Witch. Mother Witch placed over the middle, unlocking an offense that we have not seen very often throughout this tournament.
Evo Archers going to be protected on the left, but Fireballed out on the right. This Mother Witch is a pain to deal with for Pedro, but he's still... Wait, no, he's actually down in damage now. Wait, he's actually losing at this point.
Right there, almost into triple elixir. How does he want to respond? Mighty Miner over the middle, and I don't know if this death damage is going to be able to work. It does for most of the troops, but not all. The Miner comes down just in time. Look at the left lane. The left lane, Goblin Brawler on top of the tower.
And
look
the Ram
Rider.
Rider.
Lane. Oh!
The Mortar just barely gets down in time. Fireball inbound, Evo Archers. He's stayed alive for now, but he has only 47 seconds left to make this comeback.
Miner minions at the bridge. And I mean, he's going to be able to get a little bit of damage, but Pandora controls his own destiny at this point. Mother Witch cycled behind the crown tower. Left side low, right side low. How does Pandora want to attack?
If Pedro wins this game, that would be one of the most fantastic matches I've ever seen. But he has a lot to do in only 20 seconds. The tower is down to 500 HP at this point, but Pandora only needs 2 more fireballs.
Right there, log plus poison, and the Miner going in the back.
Miner is caught. Fireball inbound. Will the log do more? Another poison here. Arrows in. 3 seconds. Who's going to win this match? And Pedro gets a 2-0 sweep.
How does he get it down in time? Poison. He cycled those poisons so quickly. I swear, he had 7 seconds left in the game. The first poison goes down. The log goes down. The 3-card cycle gets another poison. How does he do it? What did you say? One of the greatest matches ever? I think that's what we just saw.
I am speechless yet again. Pedro, a rookie, his first World Finals ever, taking down Pandora, his 3rd one. I mean, a new guard versus the old guard once again. These rookies are showing why they are here right now.
Top 3 guaranteed. How much money is that? What is that? $80,000 for Pedro locked up. He was feeling a little bit bad about beating his fellow countryman, Basoto, but I don't think he's feeling bad right now. Look at that poison coming down 1 second. There, ow! Ow, how does it get down in time?
Oh, and Pedro, match winner. I mean, crowd, can we hear some noise for Pedro one more time? Let's go!
Listen to that crowd. Congratulations, Pedro. You go from rookie to minimum number 3 in the world. How does it feel?
Parabéns, Pedro. ouve só essa plateia. Você foi de novato para pelo menos, no mínimo, o terceiro melhor do mundo. Como é que você se sente?
Me sinto realizado em poder estar aqui em terceiro lugar. Eu não consigo conter a emoção.
I feel like I can't really contain my emotions, but to be here, like in minimal third place is just I can't say it.
You have Mugi next up. How do you feel about a former world champion?
Então você tem agora o Mugi, né, na sua próxima partida. Como é que você se sente enfrentando um jogador que foi campeão mundial?
Eu enfrentei o Ruben, que também foi um campeão mundial, então acho que eu consigo estar talvez ganhando aí contra o Mugi também. Mugi.
I played against Ruben, who was also a world champion, so I believe I can win over Mugi.
He's done it before. He thinks he can do it again. One more time for Pedro!
I mean, I can't wait to just watch that on repeat. I need to see how he got those poisons down. I mean, the 3-card cycle, I don't care. That doesn't make sense to my brain.
I know.
I can't believe I saw what I saw.
There's something weird about seeing a poison just get done and another one being placed again. And like we talked about though, that is Pedro's best deck. Miner, Mortar, Poison. He did not have the defense versus those massive recruits pushes, but he got that early damage in. Enough about game number 2 though. This is game number 1. He did a fantastic job of making a crazy comeback here as well.
Yeah, he was just waiting for his opportunity. Patience is something that is just so important in Clash Royale, and he was waiting for triple elixir, gets the Goblin Giant push that he was waiting for. It really was that double Goblin Giant push, the right one taking out the first Tesla, allowing the Lightning to take out the Tesla and the Firecracker. He was just waiting for his opportunity. That is how he won game number 1.
Deck 2, like I said, again, Mortar is not good on defense versus these Skelly Dragons, versus these recruits, especially when they're in their Evo version, but he got that early damage lead. He did everything to get every last ounce of Mortar shot out of every single one, and when it came down to it, he used that Mighty Miner 3-card cycle to spam those Miner poisons and get the dub, despite Pandora's excellent defense catching that last Miner as well.
Yeah, that's right. That's a great point, because as soon as I saw that Lumberjack placed down on the map, it's like, oh, wow. I mean, Pedro did a great job. I mean, he tried his absolute best, and then it did work out. It did work out, so let's go into the bracket, see what we have next. Oh my goodness, Air Surfer going against Adriel, match number 25. Pandora and Ruben, the next match after that one. So Air Surfer, how is he going to be able to bounce back from his loss earlier today? Same thing with Pandora. I mean, it's this mentality with these Clash Royale players. You just have to forget about it. Yes, you lost one set, but you still have plenty of opportunities. We saw it last year with Muhammad Light. You can easily make that comeback from the lower bracket.
Yeah, bouncing back is one thing, but it's hard to do, especially where you're going against Adriel, who's now knocked out Vitor and Mo. Is Air Surfer going to be the next on that list? We're gonna find out right now. Let's get Rich introducing these players.
In today's first elimination match, a veteran looks to best his previous World Finals appearances. A newcomer looks to continue the Cinderella story. Get ready for Air Surfer and Adriel.
And this is why World Finals Day 3 is absolutely brutal. Air Surfer having to bounce right back after being dropped down into the lower bracket. It could be a very quick 1-2 punch, but obviously for all the NA fans out there, we hope that there's just a little bit left in him in that melon shirt.
Yeah, we love to see it. He asked for it, and we want to see more camera time from it. And right there, his opponent, Adriel. I mean, yesterday, Adriel, 2-0 against Muhammad Light with everything on the line. 90% of people voted for Muhammad Light in that set.
I know, and he seemed unfazed by it from day one. Obviously being a big underdog, him and Pedro both massive underdogs here. And once again, we see things flop once you go down to that lower bracket. Adriel now at 55, Air Surfer at 45. How quickly the things change here, but when you talk about Adriel and how he's been in this competition, obviously things did not go the way he wanted at one point, but he still has a 75% win rate. And Josh, you just said it, 2-0 against the reigning world champion, who obviously will not be able to repeat this year, but this is a massive, massive matchup. No one wants to say goodbye to either of these gentlemen.
Yeah, and that's right, top 6. I mean, both of these players want to move up into that top 4 range. A lot of money on the line. Let's see what's gonna happen. Game 1 on its way right now.
And Adriel has a perfect 3-0 record versus Air Surfer this year in CRL.
Wow, and we're seeing a lot of Hog EQ. That's probably going to be the deck from Adriel on that end. Air Surfer, I think he's going back to the deck that he lost with in game number 2. Bowler coming out, NATO coming out, probably going to be running that E-Giant once again, seeing that he can make sure that he doesn't make those same mistakes from his first set.
Yeah, you know what? I really like what Adriel's doing here. The rookie obviously coming off of a very big day yesterday, but you still imagine nerves are there. Again, he's still a rookie, but he goes back to his comfort here. He's ran Hog Rider almost 60 times this year in CRL. 59 times he's ran Hog Rider with a 63% win rate. So I like coming out with it in game number 1. Go to your comfort, go to what you know, and also you know your opponent is on their back foot. So I love this deck pick by Adriel, even though we've seen a lot of Hog today.
And right there, actually, that's a great point from Adriel, and I want to say the same thing from Air Surfer. If you're going to lose a game, and you get swept, a lot of players are going to think, oh, he's not going to run that same deck. I can run a deck that matches up well against what he lost with in game number 2. And Air Surfer, forgetting that, just saying, hey, I think this deck works in this meta, I'm still going to run it. I can do this.
Yeah, E-Giant ran 20 times by Air Surfer with a 55% win rate. Hoping to turn that win rate around on both sides versus Adriel and with E-Giant.
Knight in response, going to be able to take out the Bowler. Left side Crown Tower going to be taking out the Skellies, not locking onto the Phoenix. So with the help of the Ice Bear, a little bit of a mistake from Adriel, and that's going to give up 300 HP worth of damage.
Yeah, just a little bit late on getting those Goblins down to Kite. And now Air Surfer tries to apply just a little bit more pressure, see if he can take advantage of that Elixir lead. And Bowler opposite lane, I'm sure Tornado's ready.
Archer able to completely take out the Ice Spirit, so no Ice Spirit jump coming in from Adriel. Both players finally getting some pushes going down the lane. Do not believe that NATO is in cycle, so he's going to have to figure out a different way to take out the Firecracker, and he does so nicely. Archers snipe it, even though it tries to jump away.
Yeah, Firecracker has been a nuisance today, and honestly, AC, I think as the tournament's been going on, Tesla has started to feel more and more like the building of choice here at CRL 2023. Obviously, we've seen more Monk. That's a really great response, and of course, Balloon. Bomb Tower not really good against that.
Great defense right there, but we've seen it earlier on with Pandora's Smash, the Hog Tesla. You can defend, but once triple elixir happens, that's when it's so difficult because that lightning is always going to get so much value.
I know Pandora's micro was so perfect for so long when he was going up against Pedro as well, and then that lightning at the very end even had 2 Teslas down, just no way to stop it.
And you have to wonder if Air Surfer saw the match earlier against Pandora and saying, okay, you know, actually maybe I can learn from this. Maybe I should just play slow and wait for that triple elixir. I mean, obviously these guys are pros, they're gonna know what to do, but it's still something to think about.
And just a little bit of a misplay there, not getting that firecracker behind the Evo Knight would have been a little bit more threatening, but made it so Air Surfer could defend very, very easily. And now a good NATO to deal with that pesky firecracker. She's been a nuisance all day today and still stays alive. Bowler will clean her up, but not after good damage is done.
Right there, the left side Archer going to get 2 shots. Left side Crown Tower focused on the wrong thing. And we're heading into triple elixir, and this is where we really start to see the pushes build. Will he try to get double E-Giant, double Bowler, try to get the lightning value? We're gonna see how Air Surfer wants to set up his bushes.
56 seconds remain, 14:40 to 23:56. Now just a little bit lower with that EQ coming in. Seeing what Air Surfer can put together here, piling everything up. Phoenix getting in front, hoping to get that egg to pop, and then maybe the E-Giant to tank for it.
Right there, we see another NATO going to take out the Tesla, plus the Firecracker. Left side Crown Tower going to lock onto the Phoenix instead of the E-Giant.
And those Evo'd Archers just cut through that Evo Knight like butter. This is a great opportunity here, and the Firecracker once again, AC. Perfect cleanup, perfect placement by Adriel.
Adriel having no problem, again, using that Tesla so well, sniping the Bowler completely, and those Archers are gonna come down, but here's the thing, Adriel cycles so fast, he's gonna have another Tesla set up.
10:54, 1981. Air Surfer cannot break through. High Tesla there, and things go from bad to worse for the last standing player from NA.
Taking game number 1 is Adriel. I mean, 0 mistakes, I think that was. Hog coming down exactly when he needed to. No NATO in cycle, forces out the Tombstone. Let me get a prediction log. Everything was done perfectly in that game number 1.
I just don't understand the micro between these two rookies. Pedro and Adriel just coming out, playing like they're in their bedroom. No nerves, apparently. Ice running through their veins. Being able to control a game that long. Honestly, when we ticked into triple elixir, you and I both were going, all right, this is the moment. This is when Air Surfer can actually break through. Adriel puts a nice pause on offense and goes, I know exactly how to defend this because I played against this probably 1,000 times in the last month.
Yeah, I mean, it was great that you pointed out how often he uses the Hog because it was so obvious right there. He wasn't worried, and really it comes down to the Firecracker. We often talk about the Evolution Knight, all the evolutions because of how powerful they are, but really it was the Firecracker that was just getting so much value. Didn't matter if it was evolutionized.
Yeah, that's a word. That's a word. Yeah, you rock that.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
The evolutionized Firecracker, definitely not necessary here. Great placement through Adriel, or from Adriel, all throughout that game. And I really hope that Air Surfer can't hear me, but going from being in that upper bracket to now facing elimination in a mere matter of what, less than half an hour. And you have to imagine that pressure is mounting by the second. And you can see there a bunch of Air Surfer's friends and fans sitting, cheering him on, but also stone cold looks on their face. I'm sure they're also worried about their buddy staying alive.
Yeah, we've talked about momentum being such a huge deal in Clash Royale, and his first set, 0-2 against Mugi. This set, 0-1 right now. So he really needs to figure out a way to channel his energy, make sure that he calms down. I mean, he wasn't, I'm saying this, but he wasn't going crazy in that game. It felt like he was really trying to set up his bushes. He was smart with everything he was doing. Just Adriel was playing a perfect game.
Exactly. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. It comes down to the perfect micro interactions, never getting ahead of himself, and just having great defense. I mean, again, we saw before with Pandora in the double Teslas coming down, the lightning coming in, that was never an issue for Adriel. So here we go. Air Surfer facing elimination after getting knocked out of the upper bracket. Can he stay alive? Game 2. Let's go. Yeah, me too, guys. Me too. Mortar's always the way to go. But we'll see. Speaking of Mortar, Adriel has a 100% win rate here at CRL 2023 with Royal Giant, Balloon, and Mortar. So maybe he'll bust it out for those gentlemen over there.
Adriel defending the miner with the miner, not an interaction we often see, but it does make sense. You don't want to use that 5 elixir kind of from the monk to, it's just too much elixir to play early on. You want to feel out your opponent just a little bit more. Immediately recognizes what kind of deck he's going to be running against. The Little Prince, miner, log, probably looking like it could be mortar or it could be, and there we go. We do see the mortar, crowd erupting right there, and this is a very strong push right now.
Yeah.
Little Prince taking itself out.
And now Air Surfer has 2 elixir in the tank to deal with this balloon, plus Phoenix, plus miner. I don't know what he's going to do here, AC.
Oh my goodness,
Wow.
gets the defense in perfectly. That's gonna be a Phoenix shot and a second one. But, I mean, that could have been so much worse. Only down 150
Yeah.
HP. We see a deep sigh of relief from Air Surfer. That game was almost over already.
And as I said, Adriel has been 100% with Loon here at our 2023 finals. Air Surfer looking to lower that number here in game number 2.
Snowball to defend against the miner, only giving up a couple shovels to the tower. Little Prince in response, and Phoenix coming in from the Adriel side. Bomb tower to try and take out the mortar, but Air Surfer doing a great job of protecting it, and I love this miner. It's going to allow these minions to explode on top of the tower, and
mortar will connect. No,
Oh.
distracted by the Phoenix. Now it should get at least 1 shot in. This is the deck I believe Vitor ran in his last match of the tournament in a dominant game 1 win. And maybe AC.
This is the second time we've seen that reflection work out for him. Little Prince in response to the balloon, and it is targeting the right thing, so not going to be too impressive of a push. But on the other end, Adriel forces out the Evo Mortar, and it got 0 value on offense.
Miner coming in for a little bit of hit here. Now a Minions plus Little Prince plus Guardian push, and all that cleaned up pretty well by Adriel. 16:08 to 20:68. 25 seconds remain here in regulation. Air Surfer facing elimination. Adriel with a game to give.
Air Surfer doing a great job of getting value throughout this match with the minions. Even though Adriel does have the arrows, it feels like they're always at least picking up some sort of value when they're placed down on top of the map.
Air Surfer has a 65% win rate with Mortar throughout the season, and a 78% win rate with Evo'd Mortar.
Finally, no reflection coming in. Air Surfer getting the timing down just right, and a pretty big lead right now. We're gonna see if he switches over to Miner Poison or if he tries to go in with the Mortar on offense. And right there we see it, Miner going in on the Crown Tower. One little evolution, Skelly, not a big problem. Air Surfer cleans it up very nicely.
Yeah, pretty fascinating for Air Surfer to go to the deck that Adriel struggled with against Vitor, and then you see Adriel going to the deck that we just saw Air Surfer struggle with against Mugi. So very fascinating, quick analysis here by both these gentlemen.
And right there, great timing from Air Surfer. The reflection just ending right there. Minions plus Little Prince. We see a lot of arrows value, but that's okay. You want to apply pressure and take out the balloon whenever you possibly can, and Arrow's getting a ton of value. How will he choose to defend it? And
that one minion, AC, that one minion is a lifesaver there. 15:06, 6:41, 60 seconds remain. It looks like Air Surfer might be able to even out this set as a big Monk Loon push comes in. The Monk, though, is reflecting. A second late on that miner is Air Surfer. Little Prince comes in. Nothing is on that balloon right now. Ice Spirit, perfect.
No second shot from the Mortar going in with the Miner, going to force out a response. Will the Miner lock onto the tower? It does. And right there, Mortar not going to go to the Crown Tower, instead going to the Miner. Arrows out of cycle, so again, these minions are coming down. 27 seconds left.
And a poison, a free poison right there for Air as he goes Miner to the back. Goblins up high. He is completely in control of this game. You know he has another Mortar. It's an Evo Mortar. And Air Surfer takes a big sigh of relief knowing he has just claimed game number 2. We're going to the third game here in this best of 3.
Both players just no reaction whatsoever. Game number 3. Let me get to my paper. Let me see what I have to play. There's no reason to celebrate just yet from either of them. I mean, there is a slight reason. A lot of money so far, but...
I mean, I'd be celebrating.
I'd be celebrating too.
But I understand the calm right now, the pause, if you will. And there was a really great move that happened early on in that game where Air Surfer activated his King Tower with this log. We're gonna check this out right now. This was a huge key to victory. You need that support with the balloon. So there you go, log down low. Look at that, all the way back to the King. And that right there is why you and I were biting our nails over and over going, is it gonna stop, is it not? Right there you see King Tower getting damage in, and that is a heads up play with so much money on the line. And then you go down here at the end, easy money right there. Free poison with the Monk pre-cycled, and then of course that Evo Mortar is right back in cycle. Air Surfer was all over the board, facing elimination, and now we'll see, will the vet or will the rookie be able to hang on?
I mean, throughout that match, Poison, Fireball is a very easy to card when you're going against Loon because of the pushback and you can set yourself up to defend it easily. Poison is weird. Sometimes the Loon goes out of the poison range, sometimes you're not getting the DPS down in time. Right there, Air Surfer's poisons were always early, but they were able to catch the Phoenix, the Balloon, the Monk. It felt like every time the poison was getting played, it was getting 6, 7, 8 elixir worth of value.
And right now we have an incredibly expensive best of one coming your way. And you see right there Air Surfer taking a big, big sigh as he knows this is the most important game of Clash Royale he has ever played.
And I was talking to Air Surfer, I think it was last night, maybe it was this morning, and he was upset. I didn't give him enough credit. Game number 3, I believe, yesterday, he was the one who chose that deck, and it got me thinking, well, yeah, these players, when they're on the stage, they can't talk to the coaches. They need to make those decisions game 2, but really game 3, this is all on them. The coaches can only set themselves up so much.
Well, yeah, you don't know what's going to be in, you don't know what's going to be out when you go to game 3. We always talk about it at home, and that's one of the reasons we don't like in-game duels is because you have to adjust, you have to take advantage. Who did it better here in game number 3? And winner of this match will guarantee themselves $65,000. This is a $15,000 best of one. And Adriel goes Evo Bats to start.
Air Surfer responding with the E-Spirit right now. Adriel, Little Prince. Oh, Air Surfer.
Yeah.
I mean, we're seeing so much Monk.
And you know what? Air Surfer happy to bring Loon out. He has a 71% win rate with Balloon on the season with 21 plays. Those are some real numbers there, AC. They do not lie.
Right there, great reflection timing. Little Prince taking itself out completely. Bowler. Okay, did the Bowler get itself right there or get the Crown Tower down to 2764? How did he get that damage?
And Goblin Giant about to cross this bridge. Fishboy happy to pull him there and pull him back if necessary. Good defense here from Air Surfer. Everything on the line. One moves on, one goes home.
And we're seeing a lot of guards. Once the arrows are out of cycle, these guards are getting so much value because all these decks are running these Snowball, Log, Rage. It's so easy for the guards to get a ton of value in specific matchups.
And I love how simple Adriel's deck picking is. He goes, what did Air Surfer struggle against? Well, Higher ran the Bats minions yesterday, and that was the game 1 loss that Air Surfer had. And then Air Surfer turned around and reverse swept that set. Adriel did the same thing in game 1. Air Surfer adjusted. He's now doing it again in game 2. Air Surfer lost to it once. We'll see if he's learned or cracked the code to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Adriel with almost a brilliant play right there. The Rage, raging up his own troops, but he was trying to set it up where the E-Spirit was going to get taken out because of it. Instead, Air Surfer going to play it off to the side and not going to be a problem defender.
And the double Fishboy groan there as these Evo Bats come in right behind that Bowler. That's a lot spent by Air, but he has this nice Hunter right on top of the Gob Giant. That is a pretty clean defense.
Right there, gets one shot from the Goblin Giant. Little Prince in response to the Hunter, and a slight mistake on Air Surfer's end. But right there, with the help of the Fisherman, he's going to be able to take that completely out.
And I really like the aggressive Fish Boys here. Fish Boy gonna pull Air Surfers, and then it's gonna pull his RG coast to coast here, going towards that left tower. No, still I don't think he knew where he was going. He's like, I can go to the King Tower, maybe.
Adriel finally getting himself a good little push going. Goblin Giant plus the Rage. We are going to see a King Tower activation, but we might need to see, the Goblin Giant does retarget onto the King Tower. Good situation from Air.
Arrows right there, perfect, and beautiful Monk reflection here from Air. Going to get some decent damage on this left-hand tower. Monk taking for those guards, and if y'all forgot, guards are still boss in this game. And we go. Evo RG at the bridge, pulling towards the weaker of the two towers.
Right there, does get one shot and going to get two. Come on, three. Is he going to get a fourth? No, not entirely.
And the Fish Boy gets a hit.
Wow, getting the tower all the way down to 1403. Air Surfer has put on a clinic so far on defense, but we're going to have to see if he can do it for 1 minute, 40 seconds more.
Screams into the lead. I love that we're seeing Monk plus RG here from Air Surfer. It felt like almost if this, then this. If you saw Monk, then it was always going to be Balloon. But right now, Air Surfer doing a decent job cleaning this up. His Monk connects on that bottom left-hand side. 22:19 to 14:03. 80 seconds remain in one of these two's 2023 season.
Going in with the RG, not going to be the Evo, so will not struggle as much, but because of the Fisherman being placed on the left side, Adriel cannot respond with a Fisherman
2 shots
of his own to pull.
63 seconds remain. Air Surfer in the lead. Adriel, a bit of a grimace on his face, knowing that he has a lot to do here in the next 55.
Right there, the Guardian targeted onto the wrong thing, so the Hunter getting a ton of value. Will the Bowler be able to do anything? No, this Hunter with 1 HP is putting in so much work.
And the Evo RG at the bridge. Fish Boy pulls closer, but a second Fish Boy comes down. It's distracted, does pull it! It does pull it! Air Surfer will survive!
He's gonna come in with the fireball. Good game coming out from Air Surfer. Air Surfer reverse sweep it for the Melon Boys. Shows off the shirt. He's got the set.
A rough start to the day, but Air Surfer survives! And you can see there the fan favorite, the longtime vet, the best ever from North America, stays alive.
Air Surfer. Fisherman pulls all over. Great timing with the RGs, protecting the RGs from the opposing Fishermen. Did a great job of setting himself up. And, I mean, just, you love to see it. Air Surfer taking the set.
You really do. You watch him for year after year after year. You've competed against him, one of the best guys in the world to play with, play against, commentate for, and he stays alive, but still a lot more to get done here on Sunday. Whew, I gotta catch my breath, man.
I mean, I have to give such a special shout out to Adriel because he had himself a weekend. But yeah, let's hear the thoughts from Air Surfer. Hit us.
This one was an absolute thriller. We heard the pops from the crowd. Air Surfer, this was a tight one, especially because you were facing going out at the same stage as last year, but you made some phenomenal picks. Of those 3, what was your best deck pick tonight?
My favorite one of the best of 3 would probably be the 3rd game. I made that deck by myself, and I'm pretty sure for like this type of duel rules, I make it kind of different than every analyst and coach out there, so it was a good pick, and I won again in a game 3.
That's a big time win, and of course now you are in the top 4 for CRL World Finals. You have a couple potential opponents waiting in the wing. Is there someone that you really want to see next?
Not particularly. Maybe Mugi because he beat me, or Pandora because I would want to play against one of my good friends here, but nothing in particular.
And last question, I see you did get the shirt out here on stage. Any shout outs related to that t-shirt?
Well, shout out the Melon Boys, OP Sam, Assassin, Pandora, Yuya, Wings, and a bunch of other people.
The winner, top 4, Air Surfer!
There's a few old favorites right there, and look at that from Real Lilo GG. That's what I call a fight back. Hashtag GG Air Surfer. You love to see it. And of course, we're gonna talk about the Melon shirt. Why not? There it is. And Air Surfer, it looked like you had a handful of people in your corner keeping their fingers crossed, and what a great day.
Yeah, I do want to say 2 hours ago, maybe 1 hour ago, I was in the players' room talking to Pandora, talking to Air Surfer. I was like, hey, you know, can I join the Melon Boys squad? And they said yes, I thought. And Air Surfer didn't give a shout out to me. I wonder what that's about.
Yeah, I mean, you want to go back down to the stage? Maybe we can pull him back out there for another interview question? Is that what you want? Get over it, Josh. Get over it. Okay, Juice. A great back and forth there. A great best of 3. What are your thoughts, man?
I mean, there's so many. I think the one thing that I have to say or think about once again is Air Surfer made that deck on his own. We've seen a lot of Monk Balloon today, but putting that Fisherman in, such a great choice. It counters the Bowler, it counters Electric Giant quite well, and it counters Goblin Giant very well, as I'm going to show you right here, right now. Okay, first things first, let's look at the Elixir bar from Air Surfer. He's got 4 Elixir to deal with this massive push, and it's Goblin Giant, it's a Fisherman, it's a Rage. But the Monk ability, it really stalls out the Bowler here, but it also deflects the Goblin Giant Spear Goblin shots, preventing a lot of damage, and we are going to spotlight this Fisherman. This Fisherman is what really wins Air Surfer this game. It gets the King Tower activation, Monk doing its job on the left. He's applying pressure with these guards while defending. Arrows come out on the minions, bad time to come down. At this point, want to keep following this Fisherman. This Fisherman, it's very low on HP, but it is the MVP. Here comes the Evo Roll Giant. It pulls the opposing little Prince. Hunter takes that out.
Wow.
It stays alive at 1 HP, gets on tower for massive damage. That Fisherman was the game-changing part of this match.
Wow, and whoever was running that spotlight, great work there.
That was
all
me.
Over I know it was. Well, congratulations to Air Surfer, but he is not quite done yet after an incredible best of 3. The ability to bounce back. I mean, either of you guys can answer this question. I mean, you've both been in really tough spots. And yeah, feel free to bring up the decks as we're talking about this, but how do you bounce back after losing a set like that in such a short amount of time?
Well, I mean, I was going to motion to Juicy, but he motioned to me first because I don't bounce back. I mean, it is so hard to be able to do that after losing game number 1. It's a struggle. You're gonna have to ask Air for that. Game number 1, Air Surfer did run the Bowler E-Giant Tombstone once again. Adriel on the other side. Hog Earthquake to perfection.
Yeah.
Adriel, I mean, he stopped everything. Air Surfer couldn't set himself up. The E-Giant plus the Lightning just too heavy to get a good push.
And then you go to game number 2, and you can see it. I mean, this is something I was talking about. Adriel did a really good job of picking decks that Air Surfer lost against earlier in the tournament, earlier today. And you wonder if that's almost maybe a mistake because you lose 2 at once. You go back in that. I mean, how many times have you lost a game? You're like, give me that matchup again. I'm going to join that guy's clan. Okay, that's just me. All right, we'll just keep moving on. And then, Juicy, you talked about this a little bit. Do you think that when you see Monk, immediately the players were going to Balloon? Or do you think that was kind of a swerve Air Surfer was trying to pull off? Or do you think it's just this deck hasn't been around for a while and he thought it would match up nicely?
Yeah, I think Monk Balloon is definitely something we've seen a lot, but like you said, Monk RG is crazy, especially with the arrows and the fireball. That's something you see more with the Balloon. But the arrows were almost a perfect snipe against his deck to make sure to take out those minions. E-Spirit for the bats, it was a perfect deck pick from Air Surfer here.
Yeah, and then you have the fireball if you need it on top of those Evoed bats, or you can switch it around with the arrows. So really great deck picking. Like you said, doing it on the fly. He stays alive, but we got a lot more coming your way. Rich, what's up next, brother?
Our next elimination match features the underestimated, looking to become legendary, but a former champion stands in his way. It's Pandora and Ruben.
Is electric today, and gonna see if Pandora can pull off the same thing that his good friend Air Surfer just did. Obviously, both of them starting off in that upper bracket. Now we are in a best of 3 worth an additional $15,000. Let's take a look here at the predictions and see how we've been doing here. 37% to 63% for Ruben. 37 obviously there for Pandora on the right-hand side. And, you know, it's a bit tough to argue against that when you look at the run that Ruben has gone on. Someone talked about it yesterday. I brought it up as well. 6-0 since he's gone down to that lower bracket. He looks scary good. I mean, he looks like the embodiment of 2020 Ruben, but he's adapted to the new play.
Yeah, it kills me because yesterday I was talking to one of the players. I think it was maybe Pedro or something, and he was talking about one of the players that he was a little bit nervous about, and it was Ruben because at the beginning of day one, it was kind of like, oh, you know, I'm Ruben, I'm good. By the end of day one, as day two started, it's like, oh, I'm Ruben, I will win. It's a live stage. I've been doing this since I was 14. This is me.
Let's see if Pandora can give him his first loss here or if the glory run continues for our 2020 world champion. Game one comes in now. And we're starting to get monologues apparently from the crowd.
The other people in the crowd know they can talk, right? It doesn't just have to be them?
Yeah, okay. You guys can also scream if you want. And taking it and running with it. I love that I can at least look at them. Brings me joy. So Evo Archer's out here early for Ruben, and Pandora responds in kind. Ruben's win rate here with a handful of win conditions. E-Giant, Mortar, GY, he's been perfect with, and that is an early nice connection, but Pandora takes it and makes the best of it by activating King. 2472 as a Ram Rider is set up in the back.
NATO bar barrel as the spells from Pandora. Well, the help of the bowler is going to be important, but what I was going to say is just the NATO and the bar barrel, those cards are going to struggle against the Ram Rider. It's still going to be able to stay with the charge and get to the towers easily.
Honestly, I feel like those guys over there are pretty good on predicting. They called out Mortar, we got Mortar. They're calling out Bowler, we got Bowler. I don't mean to encourage them, but maybe you start listening.
Ruben, full-on elixir, goes with the archers in the back, allowing his troops to just take out what they can, but getting a full reset right there. And we're just seeing it again. Looks like E-Giant Lightning with the Baby Dragon instead of any little Prince variation.
Yeah, Juicy was talking yesterday about why Baby Dragon has been showing up a little bit more, does not die to Lightning, so you can still get good value from that Baby Dragon, even when Lightning is in play, which we have seen a lot of Lightning, and Pandora leaking just a couple elixir, trying to decide what he wants to do. He sets it with E-Giant in the back, heading right towards this Phoenix.
Ruben going to be responding with a Mega Knight of his own right there. And Ruben, I mean, these decks, the deck that Ruben is using is going to be so difficult to defend. He has to make sure that he's counter pushing and applying pressure opposite lane. He has to do everything perfectly. And right here, this is a good defense because of those Evo Archers.
Yeah, absolutely, and a good defense on the other side of it. And that's something that Pandora is going to have to be very, very vigilant of, is knowing exactly when those Evo Archers are in cycle so that he always has his NATO ready to pull them closer to the E-Giant, because if that is something that he's not staying on top of, that is going to make this a very, very difficult rest of this game.
No building for Ruben, so Pandora's going to have a somewhat easier time once Triple Elixir happens, if he can make it to Triple Elixir, to be able to just get very aggressive with these E-Giants and just, I mean, we've seen it before, just go E-Giant bridge, because once you use the NATO, pull everything in, everything's going to stun itself, and we're always going to see the E-Giants get into the tower.
And this is exactly what I was just talking about. Big shout out again to Juicy J. You see right there, Lightning comes down, Baby Dragon stays alive, helps clean everything up, 2887 to 2047. Ruben has run Ram Rider 15 times this year with a 67% win rate.
Tombstone Skelly is going to be able to protect it beautifully, especially with the help of the bowler. So right there, Mega Knight plus Phoenix. Will we see the Lightning in response? And we absolutely do. Another very clean defense right there, but the egg taken out fully.
And Ruben's happy to keep getting those Lightnings off the tower. He's already got great damage in. He's already got a several hundred HP lead. And as long as he can hold and Lightning at the bridge to stop pushes, he can sneak in that Lightning at the end with that damage lead. Talking about Pandora playing E-Giant, 25 plays on the season, his second most popular win condition with a 76% win rate.
Right there, Bandit taking out the Tombstone fully. Are we going to see it push? And we absolutely do. Ram Rider coming down, and we are going to see the E-Giant placed directly on top. That way the Ram Rider stuns itself. A great E-Giant. And right there, Lightning misses the E-Giant. I'm not sure if he did that on purpose or not.
I think he was going for support troops. He got the Baby Dragon, and he got one of the Super Archers, or Evo Archers, excuse me, and we'll see if that was the correct decision to make, as this Archer should know. Perfect placement and timing with that Royal Ghost by Ruben. Does get a shot in, 25-93, narrowing that gap just a hair is Pandora as he sets up an E-Giant in the opposite lane.
Yeah, left lane going in with the E-Giant, Baby Dragon, and Bowler on the right. Archers to help out, but that's a lot of lightning value. Will the Mega Knight jump? It does jump!
It does jump, and the splash is there. This should be it in game one.
He needs to NATO it off. He delays, gets the NATO, finally, but it jumps again!
It jumps again! The double jump from 1MK, and Ruben takes game number one.
Snowball going to take out the tower, the double jump, the NATO. I mean, the NATO needs to bring the MK off the tower, but I didn't really think that far. You also need to play another troop down.
Yeah, I mean, that is just really tough stuff, and that's the thing, these interactions. You know, we saw it yesterday, I believe, from Arden, where he was trying to get a King Tower activation going, but his miner was still on the board. Very similar, when the pressure is through the roof, you see Pandora trying to save that tower, but actually gets it just far enough away. Like you said, without a troop down, MK jumps again. And now we're in a very similar spot that his friend was just in, back up against the wall in game number two. Ruben, still perfect in that lower bracket.
Yeah, and I need to take another look at that replay. Like, just seeing the double jump, it's not very often that we get to see that. And yeah, I mean, just a double jump.
Well, you get to see it once, let's watch it again.
I think there's a few songs like that. All right, here we go. MK coming down the lane. We see it, the Archer's placed just off to the side. And I was thinking that was a great placement. And I mean, the Mega Knight does not jump, but because the Bowler isn't placed a tile higher, it needed to be a tile higher, a tile to the right. And right there, we see it.
It jumps again, and that's exactly what we were talking about earlier, about needing to have that NATO as well to support your E-Giant. Well, he had to use it there. Archers come down on the other side for Ruben. Easy cleanup, easy tower take, and our former world champion is looking scary, scary good.
Yeah, right there in that game, I loved what he was doing with the Ghost and the Bandit, applying pressure when he didn't have the right cards in cycle going in. I mean, really, I forgot to mention it during the game, but I loved what he was doing with the Ghost going left lane. He's not going same lane. He wants to make sure that the Evoed Archers are getting taken out by the Ghost, or the Tombstone is going to be placed to offset, so that way it doesn't help out his other support troops.
Yeah.
I loved what he was doing. He wasn't giving any Elixir advantage to Pandora.
Yeah, and we've talked about it for years now. That Royal Ghost is such a great card to just play opposite lane and make your opponent make mistakes or spend Elixir where they don't want to. Throw off their cycle. It's one of the best cards in the game for things like that, and Ruben used it to perfection, as he has most every single card in the game right now. Pandora facing elimination. Ruben still perfect. Let's go. Well, Hog Rider is the favorite win condition of both of these players, so at least a good shot for our friends over here.
Ruben, 7 wins in a row. Can he make it the 8? We shall see soon.
Pandora's run Hog Rider 37 times this year, but only with a 43% win rate. You go to Ruben on the other side of it, he's ran it 41 times, but with a 73% win rate. As this little prince snipes off that Tombstone.
Ruben, after seeing the Poison and the Tombstone, you just have to assume it's going to be a Splash Yard type deck. You see the Knight as well, Evo Knight, and Pandora. Just going to be looking at the quick cycle RGs. We're going to see if he takes a page out of Air Surfer's.
That's just this one.
Page. And uses the Hunter or the Guards, one of those kind of variations.
Future King over here.
right there. Ghost going to be able to defend that very nicely, taking out all of the support troops, but he's going to need a bigger response. Instead, has to force out the Fisherman. Will it be able to get the yank before the Little Prince takes it out completely? And it does. Clean defense from Pandora.
And I like this pick with Archers and Lightning out. This is a really, really nice pick. It matches up very, very well. We see an aggressive RG at the bridge with the Rage, and Pandora getting some great damage in. And Ruben, you can kind of see just scratching his chin going, what do I do to stop the bleeding? NATO comes in, which means only one elixir in the tank, and a great swing back here from Pandora.
Ruben setting himself up with the Tombstone, but I believe that Ghost is going to be able to take it out fully unless he responds with extra troops. Right there, Barbarrel to protect the Tombstone. We see how important it is to protect the Tombstone with that last RG Evo push.
And I mentioned it at the beginning of this set, Ruben is perfect with Graveyard in this competition.
Bold and bashful.
And with the patience that we've seen from our former world champion, you like the deck pick, but we'll see how it fares being down about a half a tower here to Pandora, who is, I don't know what, is like a more Fisherman than I've seen on the board in a while.
Wow, that is a value NATO right there, and he's going to be able to get slightly aggressive Baby Dragons and the Night Fisherman pulling it, but that's double Baby Dragons.
One on the tower, Poison comes down here for Ruben, and he is narrowing that gap as the second Baby Dragon will take out the Little Prince, so damage dealt, and Pandora tries to respond.
Rage coming in to help out the RG. Can he get the correct timing with the Barbarrel and the Garden? Will the RG get a shot? It does not. Perfect defense from Ruben, and he storms back into the game.
21-88, 15-17. As this Royal Ghost will create just a little bit of pressure, Pandora goes opposite lane. Ruben has 6 elixir to respond. What does he have to deal with this Little Prince and Guardian push?
Wow, and he only has 2
and look
elixir.
At that. Oh, Guardian turns around, but Royal Giant taking for Guardian. Now Guardian gonna be taking for that Royal Giant. And Pandora dominating game number 2.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to defend it. Does not push off with the Tombstone. So that's another shot and another shot. We need to see what the big spell is, but it's going to be Fireball right there. Takes out the tower. Pandora gets game number 2. It's going to game number 3.
This lower bracket run is giving me heart palpitations. This is insane. Pandora comes back. Things looked really dicey there for a minute. He had a great opening, got some good damage in. Then we got double Baby Dragons. Those double Baby Dragons, so lucky the second one didn't get on tower. It takes out the Little Prince. Pandora stops the bleeding, gets back his composure, and then a great opposite lane send.
Yeah, I just can't believe he didn't use the Fireball until the very end. It doesn't totally make sense, but it was done correctly. Don't get me wrong. Right here, we take a look at the replay, and I mean, the RG was coming down the lane. Ruben did not have a lot of elixir, and Poison in response it just can never be the right answer. And here it is. This is the game-losing play. NATO coming down. I mean, what an adjustment from Pandora.
Yeah.
The entire time he's going down the right lane, gets the tower down to 15-17. You think that it's going to be who can get the right lane down more, and then all of a sudden he goes in with the left lane. What an adjustment from him.
Untouched tower on the left-hand side. You see right there some of his fellow countrymen supporting him, and you know they're very happy about that Game 2 win. And I think what you said is really great. I can't remember the exact verbiage, but that's never the right response, I think is what you said when the Poison came down. That's one of those moments in Clash where you go, if that's how my opponent responds, you got to go pedal to the metal. If that's the only thing he can bust out on an Evo'd RG is a Poison, you got to put the pressure on. That's exactly what Pandora did. And talking about pressure, it is on now for Ruben, back up against the wall, facing elimination. This is a best of 1 to see who stays alive. Pandora, Ruben, both dialed in. Both had great games separately. Obviously, game 1, very good by Ruben. Game 2, Pandora made some amazing adjustments. And you can see the sweat there on the brow, on the face, both of them knowing this is maybe, well, definitely for Pandora, the most important game of Clash he's played. And for Ruben, a lot of people saying, could he do it in person? Can he after winning online in 2022? We'll find out right now. Game 3 coming your way. We're going to say goodbye to one of these two as the other continues their golden run. here we go. A good luck coming out from both of these competitors. And some Spear Goblins at the bridge. Ruben ready to go with the log.
Yeah. Ruben still has log, Earthquake available. We could see the Hawkquake cycle from him. Maybe the Royal Hogs, we've seen that earlier this weekend. And yeah, this makes sense. Ruben could be running RG, one of the best players in the world with RG. He started a meta just with how good he was with RG healer.
Ruben has run RG 42 times this season, 21 each EVO and non-EVO. 76% win rate with EVO RG, and a 71% win rate with the regular RG. And we'll see if Pandora can hold on this quick cycle deck.
Ruben, last two cards, we're gonna see Fireball and possibly a building, but I don't know. Only having, and there you go, Skeleton Dragons, that makes sense. Because only if you,
oh! And a huge hit there. Skeleton Dragons out. Elixir in favor of Pandora, who just took a massive damage lead, up now by just under 800 HP.
The Skeleton Dragons, I mean, they're so strong when you use another card with it, when they're protected or when they're trying to snipe opposing mortars that are placed outside of the Crown Tower range. But sometimes they just don't do what they're supposed to do. They don't know their responsibilities.
And while Pandora has run Wall Breakers 25 times this season, his win rate with it is only 56%. So maybe Ruben was thinking he went somewhere else, something that he had a higher win rate. And we see Evo Knight plus Miner on top, trying to stop the bleeding as fast as they can. Now come out those Skelly Drags. We'll see how much of a menace they're going to be throughout this game. But that walking Evo Knight doing a great job here.
Firecracker trying to stay away with the help of the Esprit. It will. It's still going to get more damage. Damage on top of the Crown Tower. That's important chip.
Yeah, good fortune there for Ruben as Pandora goes for that King Tower activation. Miner into that right-hand side, which is exactly what you have to do with this deck. You have to be very, very happy to change lanes. And you see it pulls those Skeleton Dragons out of Ruben.
Yeah, and right there, that is a massive error from Ruben. Because he misses the log on top of the Miner, it forces out the Skeleton Dragons over the middle. He could have tanked a bat damage and a little bit more shovel shots from the Miner. Instead, forces out those Skelly Drags.
Lumberjack in response to those wall breakers, obviously a negative trade. Pandora's not sure what to do with this influx of elixirs, so he gets Spears down just a hair late. As these wall breakers trying to create a little bit of space here, stop those Skeleton Dragons, and now good damage in here on this RG.
Yeah, Pandora controlling the match entirely right now, but we've seen it with all of these evolutions. I mean, you can control the game entirely, but if you just give up one good offensive push, it gets dangerous.
3 elixir remains. A nice late log there by Ruben, helping that Lumberjack out. 1950 to 2482. Pandora is commanding this game, or at least in the driver's seat, but it feels like Ruben is maybe finding his bearings. And those spears were dropped in that Lumberjack, yeah?
Yeah, placed a little bit too early. Only one of the Spear Goblins survives, gets the left Crown Tower down to 17. 1647 is Pandora. And right there, another slight error. The Esprit, I believe, it jumped on top of the Miner as it was dying.
And Bat's tanking for those wall breakers, so Lumberjack has to come out. And an early fish boy here from Ruben.
And there we go. That is a great placement of the Firecracker. And right there, Evo RG on top of the bomb tower. Will he be able to get a second RG on the board in front of the Firecracker potentially? There we go. We absolutely see that.
And Evo Knight up high, bomb tower down late. Fisherman here to pull the Evo Knight away. Bat's gonna do a decent job because that Firecracker is distracted. And that was a very clean defense from Pandora, once again, who goes right back on offense.
Right there, forces out the log in response from Ruben. Fisherman not going to be able to get any value. Ruben just trying to set himself up for the double RG push. There is no other way for him to beat this gorgeous defense from Pandora.
40 seconds remain in one of these two 2023 career.
Lumberjack going to be able to go on the left lane. Skelly Dragons to help out over the right. We see the poison on defense. Bomb tower should be placed in the middle, and there we go. This is the double RG push that he's been waiting for.
Evo Knight up high. Log comes in to take care of those spears. Firecracker distracted. This should be clean enough for Pandora. No, does get another shot. And the late bomb tower, 1503. 1451 needs to get a poison and a Miner down. Poison is in.
Going to apply pressure with the Skelly Drags. I think, no, this is the log poison. It's gonna do
Ruben has been eliminated by just a Reuben.
What is it with these poison games? They always get to that last poison, gets the damage. I'm getting lightheaded. How do these poisons get down in time?
Perfect timing there. Gets the full tick of that full poison in. Able to mitigate enough damage. And Pandora escapes by the skin of his teeth. And just like that, only one former world champion remains in Mugi, as we say goodbye to Reuben after an incredible run in 2023.
Yeah, right there, Pandora. And this is the second reverse sweep. Is that what I'm seeing right there? If you are in the winner's bracket, I mean, it shows the talent that you have. Let's get an interview with our winner.
I'm here with Pandora. Pandora, congrats on taking another very tense, very close match. First question in the opening game, you went with the Evolved Royal Giant and Rage. Tell us about that pick.
勝利おめでとうございます。ギリギリのマッチなんですけれども、勝利できて本当におめでとうございます。第1試合の時に進化ロイヤルジャイアント、そしてレイジスペルを使ったんですけれども、これはどうして選びましたか？
レイジが気持ちいいので使いました。強いので。
I used Rage because I felt like it. I felt it's strong.
A good enough reason as any. Now, we noticed backstage you and Air Surfer have a long friendship and have worked closely even today on the last day of World Finals. And he said something to you on the way between backstage, him leaving and you coming. Could you share that with us?
で次の試合はエアサーファーの試合なんですけれども、もう長い間仲がいいんですが、パンドラさんの、エアサーファーの試合の後、そしてパンドラさんの試合の前になんか携帯でメッセージを見せましたね。このメッセージは何でしたか？
自信を持って戦えばルベン選手には勝てると応援してくれました。
So he said, if you're gonna have the self-confidence, you're gonna win with Ruben. I will support you.
And he certainly did. Great win here. Let's hear it one more time for Pandora.
And you said it, AC. I mean, 2 back-to-back reverse sweeps. And what's so impressive about that is what we talked about earlier, is being able to bounce right back after losing in that upper bracket, and how different it must feel when you lose that extra life to give. Juicy, please give us a break, man. We need to catch our breath.
Yeah, I mean, that match was a beautiful one. I mean, Reuben versus Pandora, 2 veterans. Pandora really clutching it out just barely with the minor poison once again. I do have a illustration for y'all coming right up. It's all about Pandora's ability to use these wall breakers to get this early damage. I'm gonna pause it and rewind it for y'all now. So, I mean, we saw this at the beginning, right? Double wall breaker connection somehow, some way gets that early 1,000 damage. I feel like a lot of people forget how that is going to impact the rest of the game, and it did. He was able to defend really nicely throughout the entirety of the match. RG shots do get a lot of shots, and they do get a lot of damage, especially with this fireball coming in. But at that point, Reuben wasn't able to cycle back to another fireball, because look at Reuben's cycle compared to Pandora's. We have only one elixir card compared to the 1, 2, 3 elixir cards of Pandora, able to cycle back to those poisons, whereas Reuben was not able to.
I love that you brought that up too, because that double wall breaker connection happening, taking out those skeleton dragons, you don't know what those skeleton dragons would have done had they stayed alive. And obviously the foresight and hindsight is 2020. Who knows if Pandora maybe would have let that damage sneak in to maybe get an elixir advantage, and then at the end of the game, that would have not been enough. So great call on that. A bit of fortune there for Pandora, getting that double wall breaker connection and taking out those skelly drags, which could have been the big deciding factor. Deck 1, game number 1. Talk to me, AC.
Yeah, Reuben running the MK Ramrider Lightning, Pandora on the other side running the E-Giant Lightning Tombstone that we've seen 1,000 times, and for good reason. It's a very strong deck, but Reuben was able to take the game 1. And it was really just that MK double jump. That's all it is. He had solid offense throughout. He was using the Ghost on the left lane, so that way Pandora was gonna have to split up his pushes. And then eventually he found that opportunity, got the Mega Knight to the tower, especially with the help of the Ram Rider, and that was game number 1.
And as we go on to game number 2 here, this is when Pandora had the great late game swerve, goes opposite lane on the left-hand side. Evo to RG with the Little Prince in tow. Poison comes out to stop that, which we know is never a good response, and also it really shows your hand to your opponent. As we move on to the final game here, you wondered who was going to be able to hold on. Pandora, I love, goes very, very fast cycle, and the pressure throughout was unrelenting. Maybe a bit of good fortune there early on, or maybe just some great plays from Pandora, getting that connection, and as we saw, all things came down to the wire. What does more damage, ladies and gentlemen, Poison or Fireball? Well, we just found out as Pandora stays alive, and we say goodbye to 2 more competitors. So next up, we will have Air Surfer and Pandora, friends going against one another. And then, of course, the top of the bracket, we still have Mugi and Pedro. I cannot wait to get through the rest of this day. Rich, which way are we going first?
I'm here on the floor with one of our long-standing world finalists here, Wallace. Wallace, this is not your first World Finals, but your first time playing World Finals in front of a large crowd like this one. How does this compare to something like 2020 when you reverse swept for Pain Gaming against Nova all by yourself? That emotion versus playing in front of the people here in this big crowd.
Or in 2020, we were playing at home, so it's really different about everything here because the crowd and the emotions is really big. And I think here I played really well, but the nerves was really on me, so I didn't perform that well. And unfortunately, I lost, but it was a good experience here.
But you had fun here, and of course, one of the best parts about being at World Finals in person is seeing players and friends that you've been on calls with for years. Talk to me about finally getting to be in the same place with some of the best friends and best players in Clash Royale.
Besides competing, I think the best thing here is to see the friends. The Clash Royale community is the best thing here, and yeah, I'm really happy.
Of course, not all the competition took place here in the arena. There was a friendly match of football, soccer for those of you who say it that way. So who do you think was the best out of all of you on the pitch?
Oh, the best is for sure me, and I say Dominic and Ardentoa is good.
I did see some of Ardentoas' moves out there and some of the videos. Now, we have some more matches coming up, and I think I already know the answer to this question. But we have 4 players left, 2 in the upper bracket, 2 in the lower bracket. Who are you picking for our world champion?
For sure, Pedro. He's playing really well today, and I think he's gonna win versus Mugi. And the lower bracket, I think Air Surfer will win.
Air Surfer certainly on a tear. Of course, Pedro looking, all 4 of these guys looking phenomenal today. Last question here for you, Wallace. You've been to World Finals multiple times. You grinded through semi-pro. You played my tournaments on my own channel before you were a pro player. Here you come, World Finals 2023. What do we expect from Wallace in 2024?
For sure, more confident guy than this year. And I'll come next year to be champion.
We'll see him champion next year. You heard it here first. Back to you guys.
You know, there's a lot of players that say that they're going to be the champion next year. I feel like I've heard that 8 or 9 times. Is that possible? Can we have 8 or 9 champions?
I don't think that is possible, Josh, but we do have a tweet on the board here. We have Cyril Day 3 is bananas. Who will be the next world champ? So he's wondering as well. Let's look at the bracket here and find out the path to that question.
Yeah, we know 2024. We just still waiting on 2023. Hashtag ClashFest, hashtag CRL. What was it? Hashtag CRL23? I think that's what it was. Let's take a look at that bracket right now, though, and see how many players we have left. Finally made it to the top 4. There you go. Join in. Hashtag CRL23, hashtag ClashFest. Get those tweets in. We want to see you on the TV to see yourself. There we go. Okay, upper finals, Mugi, Pedro. Winner moves on to the grand finals. Loser already guaranteed top 3 placement. In the lower semis, we do have Air Surfer and Pandora. That's going to be match number 27. The Melon Boys and going against each other. That's going to be a crazy battle to watch.
And this is exactly what Air Surfer said that he wanted. He wanted to play against his good friend Pandora. They're always walking around together. Pandora doesn't speak much English, but Air Server doesn't really speak that much either, so it's a good combo. I love to see the Melon Boys out here in the lower bracket final, or not the final, the game before the final. We have one more person in the upper bracket going to be dropping down and playing against the winner of those two.
Yeah, right there. Pandora and Air Surfer, great friends. And I said it last year, and I'm going to say it again. Can they remain great friends after this next battle? We will find out soon. Andrew, what do you got? We got some new players.
Well, I'm actually here with one of my very good friends and someone that I've watched since day one of my Clash Royale career. Sir Tag, how you doing, man? How are you enjoying World Finals?
Dude, I'm loving Finland. It's great to be here.
Yeah, you know, so I gotta ask you, man, it's been about 6 years since you competed professionally back in the day. How has the competition changed since then when you're watching World Finals now?
It's really ramped up. Every pro player has gotten a lot better. Obviously, at the start, we were kind of able to screw around a lot more. And after years of developed in the game, there's been a lot more placements added, and cards have evolution, so there's a lot more strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about strategy and competing, even though you don't professionally compete in Clash, these days you did just have a massive tournament. You played Brawl Stars, you played Clash of Clans, you played Clash Royale. Which game do you feel like your skills translate to the most, or which one did you maybe struggle with playing the most?
So it should have been Clash of Clans because obviously the IP transfers over, so I should know all the characters, but I did a lot better in Brawl since I played it a ton before it went global. Clash of Clans, I didn't even know how to place the clan castle, so that was a struggle.
Hey man, that makes two of us, if we're being 100% honest. It's been a while since I've played, so really quickly, when you think about the amount of stress that's going on for these competitors, I mean, how do you keep calm when you're playing, and maybe you can give them some advice, because honestly, we get to kind of chill and watch today, but you've competed for a long time. What's your best advice?
Yeah, so when I competed live, it was really scary. Competing behind a screen, it's a lot easier, so there's no real substitution besides playing your best, being able to get in a position where you're on stage, and then using these circumstances to get better in future competitions.
So they're telling me that I have to stop the interview because we're ready to go, but I don't care because I have one more question. For years, you've been saying assert dominance. It's my favorite thing. I stole it numerous times throughout my career. Who has asserted the most dominance here today?
Definitely Pedro. I can't believe he's like a mortar magician. He pulls the mortar out, stops the Ram Rider that's right about it to go on his tower. The guy is playing unreal today.
Wait, I get to interview you, I get to cast your matches, I get to say assert dominance, and you're talking about mortar all in 1 month? This is the best month of my life. It's not gonna get better than that. Thank you so much, Tag. I love you, brother. Back to you boys on the desk.
Two players that lost earlier today, but they were able to bounce back. Who's going to be able to keep that momentum? We're going to be able to find out soon. Air Surfer and Pandora!
They have long been good friends. And of course, words of encouragement mere minutes ago, but Juicy, friendships do have to end somewhere. And I think it's right as you walk into those podiums.
Yeah, I can't imagine going up against a good friend on a stage like this. I've never done it like that before, and it's a huge difference in cash as well. You know, we have a lot of money on the line, especially as we near the top 4. Can we see Pandora fight back? Japanese live with games, so no doubt. I love that tweet from Real Leo. GG's, shout to him.
Well, definitely has to fight pretty hard here against his longtime friend in Air Surfer, and you see the players getting themselves ready for this matchup, and this one does take them into the top 3. The winner of this will face the person who drops down from our winner's bracket final. So you go from here to play either Pedro or Mugi for a chance at our World Championship spot.
Yeah, World Championship spot. We've talked a lot on this broadcast how Air Surfer is the #1 player from the North America region, and I can't help but note that with every win, he's getting closer and closer to proving that not only the best player in the world, not only the best player in North America, but the best player in the world.
This seems more like a realization for everybody. You know, I think that a lot of players who are in the know have said that Air Surfer's world class for a long time. More casual fans, even some hardcore fans, I think have questioned the true level of Air Surfer. But I'm gonna guess here that this is no surprise to you.
Yeah, it definitely isn't. He's been in this game since the very beginning. He has all of the experience, and the casuals may not realize it because he's not all that high up on ladder. He doesn't grind that, but ladder is not the best practice when it comes to duels formatting and also creating your own decks. We saw earlier how he was able to change the meta on his own with the Monk Royal Giant and the Monk Fisherman combo that he's been putting together to able to counter those Goblin Giants, but also to counter those bowlers.
Players taking a minute to get ready here, and if we look over at Pandora making his third World Finals appearance here. Pandora, of course, a golden ticket winner with a phenomenal celebration and has a really good crew around him. Plays with some of the best players on the planet out of Japan because that is one of the best places for Clash Royale in the world. And of course, the Japanese fans here today are absolutely wild. I don't know if you've noticed this at home. Maybe we can get a look at it later. Every time a Japanese player wins here, they all get up and rush over to the Japanese caster's booth and go for a full-on party.
That is amazing. I mean, I wish that our fellow Americans in this stage that were chanting for Air Surfer as he walked on stage were able to do that for us, but I think we're a little bit too high up on this box.
Well, let's go ahead and get ready for this matchup here. And you can see a little note from Chompy. I'm, quote, sick from work today so I can watch the event. Thanks, Clash Royale. And if there is any great day to play hooky, this seems like it.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot wait to see this match as well. If I wasn't working right now, I would definitely be taking a sick day as well.
Pandora in his last matchup, we saw him run the Minor Wallbreakers Bats deck that kind of replaced the Remy Ellie deck for a long time, and we haven't really seen that deck much this weekend. Thoughts on that pick here and why we haven't seen it much here at Worlds yet?
You know, Minor Poison, we've talked about it, how it gets countered by lightning. It is interesting that we haven't seen this variation because with the bats and the wall breakers, it is able to apply a lot of pressure, whereas normal Minor Poison with delivery or something like this is so defensive, which is why he struggles against these super aggressive decks. So this seems like a happy medium. Maybe we'll see more of it as this bracket continues.
Certainly one of those things we can potentially anticipate. One thing I didn't anticipate was the rise of Evolved Royal Giant this last day. It has kind of roared back in, and it seems like it's kind of attached to, I don't want to use the word cheese necessarily, but attached to decks that can get help it get a lot of burst damage.
Yeah, I think Royal Giant is another one of those decks where it's paired with the Lightning, it has a high beatdown potential, and it does great for breaking through the normal decks that we usually see in the Clash Royale League.
Well, that's been in the mix, and of course also the Monk getting mixed in. We saw the Monk Royal Giant there earlier, so lots of all stops being pulled out here on the end. And let's take a look at what Zeta says here. The Poison tiebreakers are nuts. Can't wait to see how this comes to an end. Well, you don't have to wait that much longer, folks. We have a couple more matches left. Of course, the winner here will be in the top 3 and await the loser of our upper bracket final. And of course, that one will send someone all the way to the grand final where they will await someone down from the bottom. Air Surfer or Pandora, not quite through the woods yet, but up to a very important stage.
Yeah, another note here, you guys have to remember that is double elimination in the fact that whoever does make it from the lower bracket, not only do they have to beat them once, but they have to beat them twice, whoever's in the uppers, or whoever wins the uppers finals. And it's so hard to do. We've seen Muhammad Light, the world champ, do it last year, and maybe it'll be possible again today.
I'm talking about this weight these players are having at the moment. Of course, this might be normally the most stressful part of everything, and we do see how you've weighed in very close, as I'd expect, 54-46 in favor of Pandora. No surprises that this is a razor-thin margin.
Yeah, this might be one of the closest, if not the closest, community prediction that we have seen today. And, you know, their personalities so similar. Their game styles fairly similar as well. Their composure, they look great. Both veterans. Air Surfer with a little bit more experience, though. Maybe that'll play a factor here.
Well, let's go ahead and see how this one shakes out. Pandora, Air Surfer starts now. I can't agree with that sentiment more. Be excellent to each other and party on, dude.
Yeah, crowd is going crazy today. They want more Mortar for Andrew. It's very possible Mortar, one of the best counters to this lightning beatdown meta that we've kind of seen come into the meta here, but it is not going to be that. It's going to be Minor Poison at the top, and we have Hog EQ at the bottom from Pandora.
So Air Surfer has played some Minor Mortar Poison already today. Go ahead, Jackson.
I was going to say, so it is possible potentially, but we do see the delivery drop. So this is a fairly more defensive version. I think a lot of the time when we see that delivery, a lot of the time it's not going to be paired with the Mortar. More often than not going to be with a Tesla or a Bomb Tower.
And of course, this game one is often heavily planned out with coaches and Air Surfer working with Alan, who's been quite excitable this weekend, and Pandora, backed by Arimura, who of course was a World Championship coach with Mugi in 2021.
So we actually see the Inferno Tower come out from Air Surfer. We saw yesterday the Inferno Tower getting massive value versus big beatdown decks like the Giant and the Bowler, but that's only when you do not have a Lightning or a Reset in your deck. In this situation, it's not going to be super optimal. A lot of the time, it's going to get some negative Elixir trades versus that Hog Rider.
And the Miner will reset, turn towards that Skeleton for a shot, but continue being just outside of that Tesla range. Damage lead for Air Surfer as we approach double elixir time.
Air Surfer, last card here, I would assume it's Poison. It is possible that it's Rocket. Either way, Air Surfer having a decent matchup here. He just needs to make sure to watch out for this 3-card cycle. Hog Rider down with the Mighty Miner tanking. Inferno Tower drops. There is an Evil Firecracker and an Earthquake coming down. Now Hog Rider's going to be back in cycle right away.
And the Mighty Miner not able to protect the first Hog Rider. Second Hog Rider in, though. 2 Knights going to work. Firecracker will get some chip. Log behind all of that. 1906 now add a bit more. 1720. And a big lead for Pandora. Air Surfer trying to push the opposite direction. Can he get on tower here?
Pandora's micro in this last interaction was so perfect. Not great here. Evo Knight getting 3 shots on tower, evening this game up quite nicely.
But a big hog shot the opposite direction. 17-15, let that poison tick away as the Miner comes in. Log to support, Firecracker in the middle, does it get? No. Ice Spirit jumps over and the Skeleton's well timed. Wait, that was the last poison tick, and there you go, the Miner gonna get a ton of damage here.
Hog Rider inbound, Inferno Tower is in cycle. Earthquake will not drop. He wants to save his elixir, and he wants to get to another round of Hog Rider. He needs to outcycle this Inferno Tower for a chance of damage, but what about the Evil Firecracker? It's on tower.
And there you go, the long shot. Getting the left-hand tower down very low, 11-20. Log plus poison, opposite direction, 146 remaining. Will this Hog get through? No. Inferno Tower high to control.
Another Hog Rider inbound with a 3-card cycle. Knight on defense, but he doesn't have Inferno Tower. Log comes down. Mighty Miner is still tanking, though, even with the King Tower. Hog getting 2 shots. 1 or 2 more Earthquakes to finish off the match.
And Air Surfer just cycling poison quickly, but this will be a hard foot race for him to win. Tesla in, Log opposite direction. GG, well played. Pandora takes game number 1.
Pandora is so underrated, and I said that at the very beginning of the day number 1 of the Clash Royale League. He's the most underrated player in the Clash Royale League. And the thing I want to talk about is his micro. It seems like his micro is always so on point. He is nervous. He's told me that he is, but he doesn't show it. He's always making sure to protect that Firecracker and get these Hog Riders in over and over again.
Well, that's what really separates the wheat from the chaff, if you will, is how well you can control that micro even when under a whole lot of pressure. He did it throughout this matchup. Take a look at the replay here. Jackson, walk us through.
First of all, that Evil Firecracker shot from the right to left lane was beautiful. Mighty Miner is in cycle here, though. He goes for the Hog Rider. This first Inferno Tower, it's out of cycle now. The Hog Rider's already in again, and pre-log just in case for goblins, but more than anything, it's also preventing Air Surfer from placing those goblins, allowing for maximum damage.
You know, it's interesting. In the evolved meta, we've seen people move primarily away from champions and kind of moving away from that 3-card cycle for the last few months of our primary competition or of our qualifying stages for this event. Here at World Finals, players have brought back champions tremendously, and we're seeing how impactful that 3-card cycle is on stage today.
Yeah, I think as Evos also are getting nerfed, then they're kind of coming back in order to allow for that quick spell cycle and getting your win condition down over and over again. We've seen the Poisons win the game with the 3-card cycle. Now we've seen the Hog Rider outcycling opponents' counters. That is the name of the game when it comes to Clash Royale at the highest level.
So game number 1, Miner, Poison, Delivery, Inferno Tower log for Air Surfer. The Hog EQ with the Tesla log and Evolve Firecracker here for Pandora. Thoughts on picks as we get into game number 2 here?
I once again feel like that Inferno Tower was the biggest game changer here. If he had a Bomb Tower or a Tesla in order to counter these Hog Riders a lot cheaper, then he's able to potentially keep up with that cycle.
Well, let's go ahead and jump into game number 2, see what they have in store. Delivery, Poison both out. Seems like an apt time for Little Prince out of Pandora.
Little Prince definitely could get some value here. Maybe Air Surfer will have a Lightning to deal with it, but that's a very negative Elixir trade.
And maybe Air Surfer going with the Goblin Giant Lightning Rage here. Alternatively, well, now with the Goblin Gang.
Yeah, Goblin Gang is going to be a little bit more ambiguous. Could be some sort of bait deck with the Goblin Giant as well. We see the Little Prince, you called it, Rich. And from Pandora's side, looking like Splash Art, potentially E-Giant could be an option as well.
And this is what I anticipated was Pandora running Little Prince now with Poison and the Delivery out, and the Peanut Gallery happy to see the bowler.
That big purple man, I mean, he is a menace to deal with in the current Clash Royale meta. He counters the Little Prince so well, and he's so good on offense, just like this.
And here we go, early Goblin Giant Bowler Rage push. The stone does not quite get far enough to impact that Tombstone, and that's a funky NATO to start things off.
And the Barbarell is going to be forced out as well, so immediate opposite lane Goblin Gang from Air Surfer. Pandora does kind of control with the Little Prince, but he's down a lot of Elixir.
Down a significant margin as we pass the midway point of regulation time. The lead, just chip damage so far for Air Surfer, but with that Elixir lead, happy to split archers in the back and begin getting that evolution and cycle.
Bowler in the back as well. Pandora leaking a little bit of Elixir, and he decides to drop that Knight. He wants to get the Evo Knight in cycle in order to at least be able to counter the Evo Archers by tanking them.
Considering how aggressive lots of the play has been so far in this tournament, Jackson, we're seeing some very slow play from these two players at this stage.
I think we're going to see it pick up a little bit in this double Elixir. Poison going to come out from Pandora on top of this Little Prince. Barbarell on the Bowler, and immediate Goblin Gang pressure opposite lane. This does force out the Evo Knight. Air Surfer's going to have Evo Archers, though, to counter this Evo Knight and then counter push off of that.
And the Spears get some damage on the right-hand lane, so as we approach the last 30 seconds, the lead extends.
Poison actually going to be able to catch that Evo Archer, taking them off the board. Baby Dragon going to get cleaned up by the Little Prince as well. And I think the biggest thing to mention here is the Bowler potential value versus this Tombstone. Tombstone is so imperative versus these defenses, but as we see here, Bowler taking that Tombstone out, and this defense becomes a lot more difficult immediately.
Little Prince going to work on the back. Air Surfer opting not to call in the Guardian, and is taking a reset and the Elixir advantage and not going to bite. Wow, right there at the end, the Guardian comes out and gets right on tower.
Guardian getting so much damage, finally Knight's back in hand, but this is going to be a nice Bowler value from Air Surfer. Rage can help kill this Baby Dragon as well.
Bowler does not quite reach that tower, still doing some good damage to the Little Prince and the Knight, and now the Guardian being knocked back as well. Fish Boy for some separation.
Yeah, and here comes another Goblin Giant, though, with the initial Bowler. Little Prince at the bridge. This push is looking scary. NATO pulls back, but he's only got a Baby Giant for defense. And here comes the Goblin Gang in the opposite lane as well. Pandora, somehow, some way, making this defense look very solid.
But so much damage given up. 1135 right-hand lane, 1348 left-hand lane, and Air Surfer so far nearly perfect on his side of the board.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Pandora can have these decent defenses where he doesn't lose his tower, but he needs to get damage in this final moment. But that's so hard to do when Air Surfer is so precise with lightnings like that.
And when does Pandora even go in with Graveyard? Because not only do you have the archers, but you also have the Goblin Gang to backstop those archers if you need them offensively.
Goblin Gang and that little Prince is tough because a lot of times you're needing the poison on defense as well. He decides to go for the Graveyard. He gets the poison down, but like you said, the archers are there and the damage is not going to be done.
And raged up Goblin Giant on the right-hand side, going to make that tower even more suspect. Push into the right-hand lane, 25 seconds left. Poison a little bit high here. NATO pulls all of that inside, but that's decent enough defense. Air Surfer looking like he's going to take game number 2.
14 seconds left on the clock. We see a Goblin Giant at the bridge. Baby Giant Graveyard is not going to make it through. Tombstone on defense. Goblin Giant coming through. The defense is easy. Pandora calls a good game. He knows it's over. Air Surfer taking the game number 2 and forcing to game 3.
What a pick in game number 2 for Air Surfer. You know, we've seen a lot of this Goblin Giant bowler rage, but having both Gang and Archers together really covered phenomenally against the Graveyard.
Yeah, and like you said, Pandora almost never had a chance to really make the offensive push either because he was always applying pressure. And that's the thing about the bowler. It's almost like a double tank. You have the Goblin Giant, you have the bowler with so much health, and the bowler is always a threat to get on tower.
And we see some love for the Melon Boys and the Melon shirt coming out from some of our followers online. And of course, you gotta love the style and the flash here for Air Surfer.
Yeah, Air Surfer, if you can hear me, I don't think he can, but he needs to watch his back and he needs to start selling some Melon shirts. You know, get that Air Surfer merch going.
Okay, I like that. Air Surfer Melon Boys shirts seems like they would be great. Let's talk about game number 3 here on the side of Pandora. Win conditions out, Hog Rider and Graveyard spells out NATO, Earthquake, Poison, and the Log. On the other side of things, Air Surfer still has the Fireball open, still has Earthquake open. That feels like 2 very different directions that Pandora has to prepare for.
Yeah, Fireball and Earthquake open, that could mean Royal Hogs, recruits potentially. It could mean some Hog Earthquake, but the biggest thing to note here is that he doesn't have to worry about this crazy Goblin Giant bowler push any longer.
Both players certainly taking their time because this is it, the swing matchup. One of these 2 will go home in 4th place. The other stays alive in the hunt for a world championship and $250,000.
4th place currently at a $65,000 prize, and 3rd place is $80,000. And if they can make it to top 2, that is a jump up to $125,000 as well. There's so much money on the line for this match because you do get bumped up, but you also have potential for so much more.
Tornado still an option for Air Surfer, but he already has played bowler, so E-Giant likely off the board. We'll see what he cooks up here against Pandora. Game number 3 starts now. Well, it's always a possibility, boys. And once again, the gold rains down for Air Surfer, who opens up very fast cycle, looking like it might be Hog out of Air Surfer here in game 3.
Yeah, Hog, it makes sense. He has that Earthquake open like you mentioned. Fireball out from Pandora. Interesting deck. Maybe Pandora's gonna use some Goblin Giant of his own in this game 3.
Certainly happy to have the Fireball here for that evolved Firecracker when it comes out. Hog goes to the right-hand side. Fish Boy for the pull. Snowball makes a little bit of room on the minions. Wow. And they, you know, for a second you think maybe they'll prevent the King Tower activation. They do not. Either way, first blood drawn.
Yeah, that was exactly my thought. If Air Surfer didn't play that Snowball, the minions would have done enough damage to prevent the King Tower activation. But that one Snowball, as it seemed good, it actually went against him in this situation.
And an interesting rage choice here out of Pandora. Talk to me about playing rage there. Was that just to clear the board? That seems I guess he has plenty of elixir, but it seemed a little bit extra.
Yeah, I think you're right. Maybe if he delayed it a little bit, he could have got the Goblin Giant a little bit more value. Maybe he could have taken out that Firecracker as well. Bomb Tower down in defense from Air Surfer. This is a tough push to deal with. He doesn't have the Mighty Miner in cycle, but at least he has this Evil Firecracker.
Do we see a King Tower activation out of Air Surfer here? Yes, we do.
Will it get there?
Pull? No, not quite.
Evil Firecracker getting a lot of value, almost too much value, doing a lot of damage. Once again, preventing that King Tower activation with too much damage here. He wants to protect his Evil Firecracker, but it goes in front, and the Fisherman is able to pull everything here. No, this Evil Firecracker is still alive.
And that's going to be some potentially really valuable damage here as that right-hand tower gets down to 1995.
And the Firecracker down on the defense versus these Evil Archers. Evil Archers knocking back some solid damage as well. Here comes a Hog Rider from Air Surfer when he's down Elixir. Maybe he can get this Mighty Miner to defend this Mega Knight, though, and Hog Rider gets a shot.
That is a huge shot, 2308 to 1677. He has to be worried, though, about the potential Fisherman play, and the damage on the Mighty Miner is significant. Mega Knight's gonna leap, Fire Spirit to pull, Skeletons to hold. He has to control here, and back to Bomb Tower one more time after taking a deep breath.
Deep breath, Bomb Tower's down, but you have to be careful. You need to cycle back to another Bomb Tower ASAP to deal with this next push. He's gonna apply pressure in the opposite lane to make it a little bit more difficult, but the Fisherman does a great job of pulling that Hog Rider and counter pushing to the lane he wants.
Mega Knight getting into a bridge fight here with the Mighty Miner. Coverage there prevents the Fisherman from doing much else. Fireball to clear off the evolved Firecracker as we go into sudden death overtime. Lead for Air Surfer in this win or go home matchup, 1984 to 1301.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I have to point out there is $15,000 on the line for this match of Clash Royale. And the nerves are starting to show themselves a little bit, but with these double Firecrackers here, the Fireball getting a lot of value.
And now here we go, the Rage. Fire Spirit hoping to get the minions off the board. Evo Firecracker barely survives. Hog Rider in. Fisherman placed. Was it in time? And it was. I don't believe that Hog gets a shot. Well done by Pandora.
Evo Firecracker not gonna hit the right-hand lane tower, and this Fisherman is going to be, no, great Skeletons there, preventing the Mighty Miner from being pulled onto his side of the map.
So far with the lead.
What a Mega Knight. That Mega Knight jumping over the river on top of the Bomb Tower. He's trying to pull this Mega Knight to King, but he gets the Bomb Tower to defend the Goblin Giant. There's just too much going on. Minions off on tower. Goblin Giant.
That's so much damage. Fireball in, Fisherman there, and Pandora does it! He goes through to our top three!
GG's well played. Pandora knocking out his good friend Air Surfer. A sigh of relief. I mean, he is gonna stay in it, and now he just awaits the final winner bracket match to see who his loser's bracket final opponent will be.
Wow, what a gutsy performance by Pandora there. Air Surfer had some great moments, but the Mega Knight turned out to be mega impactful in this one. And of course, previously we saw the Mega Knight get a big time win. It's kind of a little bit surprising here at World Finals to see the two big fists come out so successfully.
Yeah, and it's like Bowler plus Goblin Giant, and then it's Mega Knight plus Goblin Giant. Both of these cards that have so much health and have so much versatility, they're attacking, and it's so hard to deal with, especially when you don't have perfect micro.
Well, let's go down to the floor where Andrew Guy is with our winner.
Congratulations to Pandora. You've now guaranteed yourself in the top three, but it was on the back of defeating one of your good friends in Air Surfer. Is it a little bittersweet to have to eliminate him to move forward?
今世界トップ3になったんですけれども、これをあそこに進めるために親友のエルサルファーを倒しましたね。それは嬉しさと悲しさ一緒に感じてると思うんですけれども、どのような気持ちでしょうか？
素直に嬉しく思います。エアサーファーの分も僕が優勝しようと思います。
So to be fair, I really feel happy right now, but I'm gonna also win for Air Surfer now.
Gonna do it for his buddy Air Surfer. You said that you were the most underrated player coming into CRL 2023. What do you have to say to all those people that doubted you?
この大会の前にパンドラさんは自分について私は一番見下ろされる選手だと思うと言ったんですけれども、今トップ3になったらこのような人にどのようなメッセージがありますか？
僕が最強です。
I'm the best.
You heard it here, you heard it now. Pandora, moving on.
And certainly creative has been the work of Pandora. You were talking about it, bowler out. Heck, let's go ahead and play Goblin Giant Rage with the Mega Knight instead. And you talked about it, said he himself felt underrated, he himself felt kind of overlooked. And we've seen a few players come out here with some fury, but it seems nobody has that same emotion like Pandora.
Yeah, it went from I am underrated to I am the best. And I love that energy. I can't wait to see him in the lower bracket final coming up after our winner bracket final.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the decks from this matchup and how they progress from game to game. Game number 1, the Miner Poison with the Inferno Tower for Air Surfer, Pandora with the Hog Earthquake, and it seemed like Pandora made short work of this one.
Yeah, he really did a great job of using that Mighty Miner 3-card cycle, constantly out-cycling the heavy Inferno Tower with the Earthquake to break through as well. Looking at deck number 2, it was, it was a different story. It was Splash Yard versus Goblin Giant. Air Surfer really taking the opportunity to use the meta on his side with the Goblin Giant. And then in game number 3, it was the flip-flop of the stories once again. Pandora with the Goblin Giant, not using Bowler, but Mega Knight. Air Surfer only having the Mighty Miner. That's the biggest thing here. The Mighty Miner is not a card you can cycle back to, which makes it so difficult to defend against these Goblin Giants, but especially the Mega Knight, because after the Mighty Miner dies, you gotta play 4 cards to get it back in hand.
Yeah, you have 2 different directions to go, 2 big beefy troops to control with the same possibility. So a difficult spot that Air Surfer found himself in, and let's go ahead and welcome back onto the desk our friend Joshua A.C. Sharon. Josh, this was an interesting matchup overall. Of course, unfortunately your friend didn't go on through, but Pandora put on a great performance. What do you have for us here in this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, game number 3, everything was going down, and here we are, 1 minute and 20 seconds left, and there we go, 1 minute and 10 seconds left right there. And really, actually, let me go just back a little bit, because this is actually, all right, starting over, 120 left, Fisherman, half health. You don't really need to protect it as much as he did. There's no need for him to go with the Bomb Tower high. He can just allow the Mighty Miner to go up, then he gets to go in with another Hog, then he gets to apply pressure. Instead, the Bomb Tower gets wasted, and he's going to start struggling in on defense. Right there, the Mega Knight is able to jump. That is way too much value for it. And then again, let's now go at 1x speed. All of these troops going down the lane. The Rage going to get a lot of value, and it's too much for him. There's the Mega Knight, the minions. The Fireball is always going to come out, but it's not going to be enough. The Fisherman coming down the lane, and with 50 seconds left, he takes game number 3 and the set entirely.
We talk about 2 different skills out here, the micro, the interactions, and then the macro side, making those decisions. Yep. And we've spoken a lot, I think, about the kind of shaky fingers you might have in micro here on stage, but Jackson, of course, you've played for a championship at the World Cyber Games. What's the difference in that decision-making process when you're up there on the big stage?
I think the biggest thing is that you really are, when you're on stage, you're not thinking, you're more just taking all of your experience that you've used on practice and then kind of doing things instinctively. We are looking at the bracket here, ladies and gentlemen. Mugi and Pedro is our next upcoming match. Like I said, the upper bracket final. The loser of this match will be playing against Pandora in that lower final.
Well, let's go ahead and keep moving on as we are in our top 3. Andrew, take us away.
This is our upper bracket finals. The winner of this match is guaranteed a minimum of 2nd place and $125,000. Please make some noise for Mugi and Pedro!
Could not have 2 players from more different places here at this World Championship upper bracket final. Mugi, a former world champion with a nice contingent here and a huge support crew behind him of those Japanese players. Other side of it, the Brazilian Pedro took out some of his idols to get here, and a player who kind of came out of nowhere this year, was not this same level of player back in 2022, has now come out and proven overall throughout this year that he is world class.
Yeah, and right here, we're gonna see it with the community predictions. 41% for Pedro, 59% for Mugi. But I really expected that to be much higher for Mugi. Everybody, we've seen it this entire tournament. He has been able to control the nerves. He has played out of his mind. And to give 41% of people saying that he's gonna win it, I'm shocked to see those numbers.
I think that really speaks to the respect that Pedro has earned this weekend, and he has a chance to earn a little bit more. Our upper bracket finals starts now. There has not been a ton of Sparky this weekend, but when it has come out, it's made some big splashes, if you will. I don't know if you saw what I did there. Yeah, thank you very much.
Dang it.
And Mugi going with what we now call the Mohammed Light opening, with the wall breakers behind King Tower.
Right there, it's a very simple play, but if they split the minions behind the King Tower, you can get maximum value, taking out all the minions and a little bit of chip damage on the Crown Tower.
So might we expect a Mega Knight Prince here out of Mugi in this deck, Josh?
Yeah, you have to assume with the arrows plus wall breakers, that's always looking like it's going to be the case. And on the flip side, Pedro, again, running Mortar. I mean, this is why Mohammed Light was talking about him as one of the most feared opponents. Even if you're able to predict him running that Mortar, he's just so fundamentally sound with it.
Reminds me of another player who had a phenomenal World Finals debut back in 2019.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I forgot to mention that. But yes, Pedro is having the run of his lifetime, and it is exactly like what Igor was able to accomplish with Team Liquid back in 2019.
And this is a huge counterplay out of Pedro very early, getting this right-hand tower down to 2271 and decides to keep the pressure on.
Yeah, and right there, Miner in response for Mugi, but Pedro up Elixir, able to protect it beautifully right there, especially with the help of the log. And Pedro doing his little happy dance, making some really good plays.
And again, just protecting the heck out of this mortar, and it gets a lock. Miner on the tower, and you see Mugi, the tilt of the head. Maybe cannot believe how far in the future Pedro's been so far.
Pedro, at this point, still up one Elixir. One of his mortars cycled, so that way he's closer to his evolution. And right now, there it is. There's the second mortar. Mortar evolution going to be on its way next time it gets placed down.
A lot of people have asked, who the heck is Pedro? Who is this guy? And it's really because he almost wasn't even on the map last year, but then began this 2023 campaign with a #1 finish on Ranked in February, alongside 2 other top 10 finishes on alternate accounts.
Right there.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Right there, Mega Knight not getting a great jump, taking out the Little Prince almost all the way, and that would have been absolutely massive if he could have protected the Little Prince properly. Goblins in response, and that's going to be a mortar lock. No! Arrows are going to come down just in time, so great defense from Mugi. That was looking scary for him.
Both players take a moment to reset. Final 10 seconds of regulation time. Sudden death on its way. And Mugi just has not figured out the math for this matchup yet.
Poison over the middle of the map. Ice Spirit as well. Going to take out the Ghost as well. So again, Pedro, knowing his interactions, knowing that it's going to be taken completely off the board, and when you are forced into positions where you have to do the Prince against the Mortar, it is just so ugly. It is difficult to defend properly, and we see it right there with a Mortar lock.
This is a lot coming in now. Miner goes to the Evolved Archers, Ice Spirit plus minions for the wall breakers. They get them all. Does the Prince charge? No. Log in. Still has to contend with these bats. And right now it's Mugi putting the pressure on.
Yeah, right there. Beautiful stuff from Pedro. He's going to allow a little bit of damage, but he's not going to allow the tower. Instead, the bats lock on, but the goblins come down just in time.
70 seconds left. Lead for Pedro is substantial, almost 1,000 HP in that 900 plus range at the moment. But Triple Elixir does allow these Mega Knights and Princes to begin to stack.
And right there, Pedro recognizing the matchup and how he's supposed to play. Will he activate the ability? And he absolutely does. Right here, the poisons are always going to be super valuable. We're going to see the poisons every time the archers come down on the board.
38 seconds left. Healthy Mega Knight and Prince on the right-hand side. Poison no longer available for those Evolved Archers in the middle. Royal Ghost getting away on the left-hand lane. Miner has to defend against the Mega Knight in the middle. Royal Ghost plus Evolved Archer on the left-hand side. And now suddenly, significant damage on both sides.
Yeah, right there, the Miner is going to chip away. We need the Miner on the left side. 17 seconds left.
Pre-Goblins in the back for Pedro. Mega Knight comes down, Mortar high. Ice Spirit to reset the Miner. Arrows come in, another Miner down, Poison ticks. That will not be enough, and Pedro is one win away from our grand final.
Incredible work from Pedro right there. He allows the Miner to lock onto the tower, the Ice Spirit to redirect the Miner, and that's just great. He doesn't want to give arrows value. He can't allow the arrows to take out the Ice Spirit because then the Miner would have gone to work on the tower and forced him in an uncomfortable position. I love the delay from Pedro right there.
And that's maturity you might not expect from a player making his World Finals debut who's kind of been in the shadows for such a long time. The vast majority of his achievements all coming in 2023. Something changed, something clicked that turned him from being a pretty good player with some top 10 finishes on ladder to becoming a world-class competitor.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, oh, and there we go. We're seeing some of the tweets going out. Let's go, Pedro. Clutches within him, ice in his veins.
Made his first appearance on in-game ladder in May of 2018 with a second place finish, but took him quite a while to go ahead and get that first place, and that was this February in 2023. And since then, Josh, he has just been nearly unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what we're seeing right here. It's beautiful interactions every single time. Okay, you know, this is the matchup. He recognizes it early on. I have to go Poison for the Archers. And actually, one thing that I really liked that he did at the end of the game, it was Poison on the MK plus Prince. A lot of the time, we're thinking, oh, that's not gonna be enough value. But what he's doing is he's delaying the push. He's forcing his opponent to have to go into that opposite lane.
Log and Poison both out for Pedro. Mugi has only played arrows so far as spells, so lots of options there. One nice thing about Mugi's deck, other than the Evo Archers and the Miner, is it doesn't really interfere with lots of his other picks.
Yeah, that's right. MK Prince Ghost, that's right. I mean, yeah, I mean, RG has Ghost, and then you could just make like a simple substitution. Instead, we're gonna have to wait and see. It appears, is that what I heard, that Game 2 is on its way?
Let's jump into it. Game 2 right now. All right, guys, stop. It's E-Golem. That would be crazy if that actually came out right there.
I've got a good feeling it won't.
So Pedro going to the Archers as his evolution here in game number 2.
Doing it for the fam.
And Little Prince out for Mugi with the poison not available. And that's a lot of graveyard damage very early, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. Huge cheers for Mugi right there. Pedro just messing up the defense, and it really is as simple. This is one of the most basic tips you can ever have for graveyard. Archers are out of cycle, let's go all in.
And now trying to get some of that back is Pedro, with Bowler and Archers behind this Electro Giant.
Bowler getting stuck right there, and that is very unfortunate for Pedro. If the Bowler had just bowled one time, that could have been very intimidating for Mugi. Potentially could have flipped how much damage both of these players have done. Instead, Mugi in the driver's seat.
Well timed by Pedro, setting up that tombstone in the back. And now another slowdown here as Pedro just chooses to change the conversation to the other side of the arena.
So the reason why we're seeing tombstone placed in the back behind the crown tower is because, well, actually, no, just kidding. I was thinking that he had lightning for Mugi. That's not true. That's what's in Pedro's deck. Instead, just trying to slow down the game. That's why we're seeing the tombstone in the back.
And again, continuing to want to make Mugi switch lanes. No problem there for the former world champion playing graveyard.
A lot of splash yards seen today, and we haven't seen a ton of success so far, but we might be seeing it right here. Great start for Mugi.
And the Bowler, a little bit of room. That's an aggressive Evolved Archers here.
And right there, is that 3? Is that 4 bowls on top of the tower? Wow. We see Mugi upset right there. It is shocking how the Bowler was able to get so much damage. And that's actually one of those things. The Knight, it's supposed to be so great because ranged troops aren't going to be doing a ton of damage right there. It's able to stay alive and allow the Bowler to bowl.
And Pedro gets an extra shot from the Archer on the left-hand side, so suddenly the change of lanes has given him the lead, 1837 to 1261.
So right now, Tombstone in the back, not allowing for him to go all in, because if he does, Pedro's just going to be able to block everything at the bridge and force just defensive poisons throughout.
Graveyard down on the right-hand side, Tombstone in reply, Baby Dragon holding the line, so the tankage is not happening. Bowler in, significant damage. As we are in sudden death, Mugi has nearly tied things up.
Doing it for the fans.
How does Pedro want to respond? Split Archers behind the King Tower. Mugi could be getting very aggressive right here, and he does. Knight Graveyard at the bridge. NATO in response, not going to allow a tank, and the tower, with the help of one Archer and the Baby Dragon, going to clean up everything very nicely.
75 seconds left. The margins so close between these two.
And one thing I've recognized throughout this tournament is that bridge bowlers are so valuable because of those tombstones and the fact that these tombstone skeletons are going to be taken away, and we see it right there. That is huge for Pedro.
NATO pulls things back. Bowler does go, but does not take the Little Prince off the board. Finally, Little Prince gone, and now Pedro poured it on in the left-hand lane. Graveyard play probably incoming here, or was that just a fate for Mugi?
And right there, Archers in response. Tombstone is going to stay perfectly healthy. Will the Bowler get a shot? Oh my goodness. Knight does not kite, but that's okay.
Electro Giant in, Tombstone to pull all the way over. Bowler goes to that left-hand lane. E-Giant does not pull with the Tornado.
And right there, 1203, 300 HP separate in the two plays. He needs to get a Tombstone down, and he does.
13 seconds left. 886, 922. Graveyard and Poison in. Tombstone, Baby Dragon to defend. So are the Archers. Lightning. Will it tick enough? 587.
Oh,
no, it
Pedro does it!
Oh,
Pedro does
it! Pedro wins by 18 HP!
The Graveyard not getting the chip. Everybody complains that the skeletons always get the chip. Not against Pedro. He does it. Mugi needed to be just a little bit quicker with his Graveyard. Did not happen. And Pedro sweeps Mugi to move on to the finals.
Oh my word. Josh, that might be the single craziest finish we've seen this weekend. And take a look at at this countdown here, behind by a fair bit, not getting into lightning cycle territory instead, forcing defensive responses. This NATO just does not quite pull the Electro Giant to that left hand, or over to that right hand lane. And so now, Lightning gets in, gets some value, Tombstone stops, and Josh, this is just a small, tight foot race.
Yeah, that's right. Tombstone in the back behind the Crown Tower. You see him place it just a little bit above where it's usually placed, so that way the Skellies would go to it. And the Baby Dragon, I mean, the tower was not locking onto the correct thing. I mean, I don't think any of the Skellies hit. We see the face from Pedro right there. I think that was 5 Skellies on top of the Crown Tower, and not a single one hit.
And that's been the story of the weekend for Pedro, who's been so close with these matchups so many times and just keeps getting the ball to bounce his way. And I know that his emotions must be running high as he is now in our grand final. Jackson, what does Pedro have to say for us?
What a fantastic match, Pedro. I have to ask you, this is your first time on the World Final stage. How are you doing this well?
Que jogo mais fantástico, Pedro. Eu tenho que te perguntar, sua primeira vez no Campeonato Mundial, como é que pode que você tá jogando tão bem assim?
Eu comecei a me inspirar depois que eu ganhei do Ruben, que já foi campeão mundial, e daí pra frente eu consegui me manter mais tranquilo para as próximas partidas.
Well, I started to get inspired after I won over Ruben, who was a world champion. And from there on, I just got more confidence with all my games.
In that second match, you decided to switch lanes against the Graveyard deck? What made you decide to do that?
Naquele jogo você decidiu mudar a sua lane, né, contra o deck do Graveyard. O que fez você tomar essa decisão?
Porque eu daria muito valor para o contra-ataque dele e assim eu podia aproveitar mais lápides, arqueiras.
So I gave more value to his counter attack, and this way I could use more the archers.
Wow, I mean, beautiful insight. One more time, give it up for Rookie of the Year, Pedro!
And now the wait begins. Pedro goes back into the dressing room, sits, plans his decks, and sees who he will face to become a world champion, to win $250,000. Will it be our former world champion, Mugi? Or will it be the fury and fire of underrated no more Pandora?
I mean, we are seeing battle after battle from all of these players. Oh my goodness, I mean, my hands are sweating so much. How are these competitors just dry? It doesn't make sense.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the decks there. Dry Fingers had to fly on through as we go to our game number 1, and we saw a tweet a minute ago that said Mortar with Pedro feels like a cheat code, and so far, Josh, that has really been the case.
Yeah, that's right. Pedro, I mean, really, it was all the damage early on. Brilliance from the minions to be able to get value, force out the arrows while there was a miner in the back. It felt like every single troop was connected in how to play those first 2 minutes. And then at that point, Mugi, I mean, he put on a clinic to bring himself back into the game. The left lane was down, the right lane was down. It just wasn't enough. He couldn't get that final chip damage, and that's what it comes down to. You have the big spells on the left side, only the arrows on the right, and the big spells are always going to win in those final 10 seconds.
Let me look at game number 2, and it was the Splash Yard versus Electro Giant. And Josh, you talked about it. Once archers are out of cycle, that's when you go in for the Graveyard. And it felt like Mugi had some good opportunities where the archers weren't available, but Pedro was more than up to the task.
Yeah, I mean, Mugi started off the game wonderfully because the archers were out of cycle, but Pedro did a great job. This is one adjustment that I saw from him, but he went E-Giant same lane into the lane that he wasn't trying to get damage on. Instead, he was trying to win off of lightning damage, and that is a great adjustment that we haven't seen from a lot of our other competitors. I loved what I saw with the E-Giant same lane.
That's been one of those key adjustments for some of those matchups where you cannot get the Electro Giant to break through, is switching, knowing when, recognizing soon when you need to start moving to lightning damage rather than hoping you break through into that second level. And you know, we talk about this a lot, maturity as you grow, being able to recognize that earlier in a match.
Yeah, and right there, maturity shown from the Rookie of the Year. I like that call from Juicy right there.
Well, let's go ahead. We have some time for these players to make their decks. So, Andrew, guys, on the floor with some members of our Clash Royale community.
And it's not just someone, it's Goaten himself, Morten, my man. You know, I'm one of your biggest fans. You got a pretty big, apparently your father is here as well. I think that's actually just OJ, but who knows? Okay, Morten, you are one of the grindiest grinders that has ever played Clash Royale. You are always working, you are always streaming. How do you change that when preparing for World Finals?
Actually, like, of course, like focusing more on matchups, preparing like matchups, because it's like really important this meta, especially with all the Golden Giant decks around. So just like trying to prepare on matchups, finding out like the different decks against each opponent, and just like preparing more for the opponents and like overall practicing, which I'm normally doing.
Yeah, I mean, always practicing. Literally, you can always catch him playing. So talking about your opponents, is there anyone that really surprised you this weekend?
Honestly, Pedro, like, of course, like, he's playing so well. He's like winning all the close games. He just like plays Mortar, he doesn't care, and he's winning so far. And like, I feel like this is like really annoying for everyone, because he's just like busted out his best deck, and you're trying to counter it, but so far it didn't work out for anyone.
I know, we were sitting backstage and Morten was just saying it. This game too should be in Mugi's favor. We all were thinking it, and Pedro somehow played through it. So now that we're one step closer, there's only a few players left. Who do you think's gonna win the whole thing?
I don't think there's anyone who's gonna beat Pedro twice in the final.
Wow, so Pedro has the nod here from Morten. And my last question for you, it's one that everyone in this room, I'm sure, is wondering, are you gonna be back in 2024?
Of course.
Yeah, baby, you love to hear it. One more time for Morten, everybody, let's hear it. Goaten himself. Back to you boys on the desk.
I'm here with one of the GOATs of Clash Royale YouTube with over 500,000 subscribers. InShane, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing amazing, dude. It's fantastic to be here.
All right, I want to ask, how are you enjoying the event so far?
Oh, it's amazing. The crowd, the energy, the passion, the upsets. There's nothing quite like it.
Yeah, absolutely. I 100% agree. And how does it feel to be a part of the biggest event in Finland this year?
I mean, this is the highlight of the year. We watch these competitors earn their place all year long. To finally be here in this building, feeling this energy, watching these competitors compete for so much money, it's insane.
It really is. And what do you think was like the biggest change in Clash Royale and Clash Royale content so far? And why is it evolutions?
Yeah, it's definitely evolutions. I mean, it's game changing. Basically getting a new card every single month, changing the meta so drastically. I mean, you can see it in the gameplay this year. It's not like anything before it.
Last question I have to ask, who do you think is going to win Clash Royale League 2023?
Well, I don't want to name any names to curse them, but I'm cheering for Pedro. He's just performed absolutely insane this year. And honestly, seeing somebody that hasn't won a World Final before earning their title.
Okay, I know I said it was the last one, but Pedro, you know, we just heard Morten pick him. What exactly are you seeing from Pedro on that stage that makes you so sure about him?
I think it's the composure. He's in there, he's in his mind, he's in his game. He's not making misplays, and he's calm, cool, collected the entire battle.
All right, I'm hearing in my ear that I gotta talk more because players are not ready. So, I mean, there could be a bracket reset, right? You know, if Pedro is gonna come through the lower bracket, if one of the Japanese players comes through the lower bracket and beats Pedro in the top, there's gonna be a second one. At that point, do you think the momentum is going to shift? Or do you think Pedro has that composure, like you said, to be able to take the second set?
I think he's got the composure. I mean, we've seen him on stage all 3 days. I don't think we've seen him nervous the entire time.
Absolutely. I mean, you're so right. We are going to proceed. Josh, take it away with the next introductions.
The former world champ against the player who is certainly underrated no more. The battle to see who gets to go against Pedro. We have Mugi and Pandora!
We got Pandora, we got Mugi, both of them obviously coming off of some losses today, but Mugi's much more recent as Pandora has surged back into it. You know, you talk about that reverse sweep in the lower bracket, and Mugi did not get much time. Just a couple great interviews worth of time, if I may say so myself, Jackson.
Yeah, the interviews have been great from everyone so far today.
But mainly us.
But mainly us, of course. You know, we're asking the best questions, but they're giving great answers.
Yes, absolutely.
I really liked that answer from Pedro just now, though. You know, I loved the way that he switched lanes to make sure to not give counter push value.
I know. I mean, he just did such a great job there. Pandora, 53%, and Mugi at 47%, so underrated, no more. And I know, right? That seems shocking. I mean, I guess people are going with what we said for year after year after year, and this is a momentum game. Mugi literally coming right back into it after an incredible come-from-behind victory from Pedro, who right now has the best well wishes of Morten and Shane. Big shout out to both of them. Thank you, gentlemen, for those great interviews and being here. And of course, Sir Tag, my boy down there. We'll see who will assert dominance in this lower bracket final. And Juice, this is a match that the winner will walk away with $125,000 minimum, but we got to find out who that is, and we got to do it right now. Lower bracket finals 2023. Let's go.
And looking at those community predictions, it's so hard not to pick, or it's hard to pick against Pandora after he said, I am the best.
I know.
I mean, what a hard quote.
That confidence just through the roof, and you love to hear it. You know, he talks about being underrated. Everyone kind of thinking that he doesn't have what it takes to be here. He got lucky last year. Maybe he got lucky this year. He was the first one to get given a golden ticket. Blah, 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 blah. Now he is top 3 in the world, going up against a former world champion, and they have met one other time this year, back in August. Mugi actually taking that 2-0, and we'll see if Pandora can turn the tide on those statistics.
Phoenix walking towards this boulder, going to be a great way of taking that out. And Fisherman here as well. Will Pandora hold the Fisherman in with the Tornado? It looks like he's going to just kind of let it do its thing. And we see an RG opposite lane.
Yeah.
Wow. Mugi was realizing the Tornado had to come out of the Fisherman and went immediately for it.
And I like this. So he's going to take a lot of damage, but the Phoenix is going to be able to clean things up enough. And Mugi in a tower trade situation, now in a good spot to use the ability, yes, and we'll see how Pandora wants to respond.
I gotta talk about the matchup here. I always do. It's definitely in favor of Electro Giants, but
that's a big connection, Juice.
Connection, the little prince, along with the log, gonna take this tower in lightning range.
And you see there Mugi maybe feeling the first bit of relief in the last 20+ minutes after that rough set against Pedro. 1190, 179. Mugi in a position where he can basically just spell cycle this out, assuming that final card will probably do enough damage, as Pandora needs to put together a fantastic minute and 15.
And it's very possible, once again, Royal Giant's only big counter to the Electro Giant is the Fisherman, but you can tornado that Fisherman in and counteract it completely, which is why Mugi is going to keep applying pressure and make it so hard for him to go for the Electro Giant push.
That's a great call. All the things you say right there, Juice. Aggressive RG at the bridge. NATO now something you don't have to worry about on the counter push. Mugi already has this game sewn up in spell power, so what is he going to do? He needs to get ahead of his opponent. Not sit back and defend, but like you said, create pressure so your opponent cannot get those perfect big E-Giant pushes. And once again, RG at the bridge.
But this time, Pandora has the Evil Archers and cycled the Barbarian Barrel for this offense as well. RG does get a couple shots, but he knows he has to take some damage if he wants to deal some back. Electro Giant getting taken out. There's another one at the bridge. Egg still alive for both players, but Mugi's egg will reign supreme and be perfect for the defense here.
Excuse me, don't you know who I am?
And 585 remaining on that top tower, 179 on the bottom right. Fireball comes in. And a nice, easy cruise to victory here for Mugi. As you see that damage in early on, he holds on. A tower trade situation that really does pay off.
Yeah, the tower trade situation, I mean, that's what it really came down to, right? But also, Mugi's ability, like we've said many times, to apply pressure. He applied pressure and made it so that Pandora didn't have the opportunity to get multiple E-Giants on the board. He really just needed one more Lightning as well to finish off that match.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, maybe a little too close for comfort. Here you can see that NATO getting pulled in to pull everything on top of that E-Giant, but Juicy, that leaves him wanting one elixir on defense after that Phoenix comes out. Little Prince in tow. The Guardian ability is enough because a great log comes in to clean up that Tombstone. And just as quickly as things started in this game, Mugi took a great commanding lead here. Those archers aren't doing enough. Placed a little low. I mean, is it better to have them a tile higher to soak up that damage, and then the target can the tower can retarget the Little Prince?
I was thinking that same thing. Maybe he should have played it higher to retarget that Little Prince away from the tower, because I mean, the Little Prince is really the big damage dealer. Once it's locked on, it's charging up, and it ends up being like an expo.
I mean, you're going to take the damage. I mean, you spent the elixir. You're going to take damage anyway. Might as well take a lot less. If the elixir's already spent, get it on top of those archers. And you see right here, Landon saying, I believe in Pandora. I just need him to play Sparky. Is he in this room? I feel like he must be in this room.
He must be
Landon,
right to my left.
stand up,
Landon,
if you will. And we'll see if Pandora, I mean, they've been okay on their predictions, honestly. A couple times they called Mortar, they called Hog, and we'll see if Sparky comes out now. But Mugi able to get back in that winner's column after a rough set against Pedro, but that is why Mugi is a world champion. We've seen him do it before. He's very good at resetting, and now back maybe in that positive direction and doing it with one of his favorite win conditions.
Yeah, but I can't help but think maybe Sparky will come out from Pandora, because Mugi just used Lightning and Phoenix, two of the best counters to the Sparky. It's not impossible, but I think Bowler's more likely.
Okay, got it. Well, that is a very nice piece of insight there, and you can see these gentlemen from former pros, former teammates as well. I believe that was Rad there, and we shall see what is going to happen here in game number 2, as it looks like Mugi is ready to go, and Pandora maybe still making some final decisions. There it is. Let's get in to game number 2. Pandora finally in a spot to be facing elimination.
Okay, we went from calling out random cards to just yelling loud noises. I am a little bit confused about that.
Yeah, I mean, come on, guys, try a little harder. This is the lower bracket finals. So here we go, Skelly Drag split in the back as Mugi leaking a little bit of elixir, showing us those Evo archers, split goblins in front to protect. And Evo recruits down low.
Evo recruits, and Mugi has a Mighty Miner. Mighty Miner, not the card you want versus those recruits. I'd much rather have a Valkyrie or even just a Knight.
Yeah, I mean, earlier this year, I believe that was one of the reasons we stopped seeing Mighty Miners, because we started seeing rogue recruits absolutely everywhere. Ram Rider comes in here and pushes it back just a bit before it connects on this bomb tower. And that should be a nice, clean defense here from Mugi.
I have to point out that that Ram Rider usually would not go to the direction of that bomb tower, but in this situation, it was pushed by the recruits along with the help of that Mighty Miner bomb to make sure that was a clean, 0 damage taken defense from both players now.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely clean across the board, 30-52 as you can see.
Archers in the back from Mugi. So we have Evo Archers versus Evo Recruits. Pandora does have those arrows to deal with the regular archers, but once they're in the Evo form, it's going to be very difficult for him to break through.
And happy to see Mugi playing wall breakers here. He's played them 42 times on the season with a 74% win rate.
Wall breakers might be showing why he's got that very nice
what
win
a
rate.
Great connection there. Still completely perfect on defense, but now is when those Royal recruits get a little dangerous. And bomb tower, perfect there.
I mean, we talked about it yesterday. Royal recruits bait out the bomb tower, and then they go for the Ram Rider. But look at that, Evo Archers in cycle, and the snowball. Gonna be a great way to lock down that Ram Rider.
And one of those archers untouched, so you don't want arrows on top of them, obviously. We'll see how Pandora wants to take care of it as he sets up a God Cage here and a Lumberjack, and then we see Mugi going fancy footwork opposite lane, Mighty Miner tanking for the regular Miner.
Wall breakers kiting the lumberjack backwards, but it does get taken out, so they will not connect. But still, that minor chip on the left-hand side is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, just a little early on those wall breakers, right, Juice? You play them just a little bit later, you can get a little bit of threatening push with those wall breakers, but instead Lumberjack takes them both out. Not exactly what Moogie wants, but could be worse.
And we see the Mother Witch. Mother Witch could have potential to get a lot of value here, spawning 4 pigs. And we see a cage in the back from Pandora. I mean, what a play. He's just banking up elixir, similar to an elixir pump.
Yeah, that's actually a really interesting play. And then the worst thing that happens in his mind is the Goblin Brawler pops out and just goes down the left-hand lane. Best case scenario is you see Moogie kind of pause the brakes, or hit the brakes, I should say, on sending out any miners. Ram Rider connects on the right, second cage comes down.
And now we see one of the weirdest things in Clash Royale, 2 Goblin Brawlers on the board, but they're getting wiped out by these Evil Archers. Fireball will take them out, but now he's low in elixir. He does not have cage and cycle. And minor wall breakers in, that's a double connection.
That's huge! The pre-snowball knows that the Goblin cage is out. Or both Goblin cages are out with the pre-cycle there from Pandora. Moogie taking control of this, now only 291 HP. He needs a miner, he needs a snowball, and he needs a poison, and he stays alive in this competition.
Going from $80,000 to $125,000 as well. That is the change in pricing for this match. There's only 1 minute, 20 seconds left here.
And good pressure here, but Moogie knows he can clean it all up because he has had immaculate defense throughout this entire game.
Mother Witch gets taken out here. Here comes the Lumberjack at the bridge. Minor poison. I think that's going to be enough to
That's it,
finish it
Juicy. Our former world champion of 2021 has a shot to make history, making it to our grand finals again here in 2023.
Moogie doing what he does best. How many 2-0 sweeps has he had today? Not today, but this entire competition. So many. It seems one after another.
I mean, technically you could call the one with Pedro a 2-0 sweep, just not the one that he likes, you know?
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, you'd much rather have that clean win throughout on the top of the bracket, but he will be in the lower bracket, and he is going to be making it to the finals, and I cannot wait to watch it.
And remember, Moogie and Pedro in those finals. If Moogie does win that first match, we have an upper bracket grand finals reset. So he's got to go back to back against the man that just sent him down low. Let's go to the stage where you'll see the biggest fanboy of Moogie giving him an interview.
Okay, so before we start this interview, can you translate fanboy to him so he knows that I am?
ムギさんの大ファンだそうです。本当に世界一の大ファンだそうです。
Okay, now let's start. Okay, most players prepare for the World Finals by grinding Clash Royale. I've heard you prepare differently. How did you enjoy the Brawl Stars Finals?
選手の皆さんはこの大会に準備のために一生懸命にクラロワをやるんですけれども、茂木さんの準備はちょっと違ったと聞いたんですけれども、ブロスターの世界選手権は楽しかったですか？
ブロスターがとても楽しかったんで、それがうまくこれに響いてると思います。
響いてる？
ブロスターを見たのでクラロワが勝てたと思います。
So yeah, I really enjoyed it, and I think because I watched the Brawl Stars, I could now win.
Very smart, very smart. Okay, you are playing for $250,000 in your next match. What's the first purchase if you win?
優勝できたら賞金は25万ドルなんですけれども、これを買ったら最初に何を買いますか？
特に予定はなくて貯金です。で、賞金より自分は名誉が欲しいので2回目の世界一を狙います。
So to be fair, I will probably save the money a little bit. So more than that, what's important to me is to become the world champion for the second time in a row, and the honor of it is what I'm really after.
Okay, that takes away my last question because everything was about honor of being the second world champion. So wow, congratulations on winning that, and yeah, give it up for Moogie. Woohoo!
And yeah, I mean, you see he can't even keep his composure. composure down there. He's freaking out so much. So that was a good one for you, AC. Very happy that you got to interview him one more time. And always Mugi talking about how he's just going to save his money. I think he said the same thing when I asked him back in 2021, which is why he's a brilliant man and why he keeps winning on these games. Rich, that was an incredible, incredible set. What do you have to talk to me about? Actually, you know what? I'm going to go to these decks first. Unless there's anything about these decks specifically that stand out to you.
Nope, take it away. I got some more stuff for you later.
Okay, cool.
Number one, we have E-Giant versus Roll Giant. I think this is the most surprising one.
Yeah.
Because E-Giant definitely should win this, especially with that tornado to pull the fisherman. But as we all know, Mugi is one.
Mugi is one that was able to take advantage of it by going opposite lane. He went in when that NATO came in. That was something that we were kind of talking about here on broadcast. And it was one of those things where you just kind of baited it out, right, Juice?
Yeah, I mean, E-Giant, so good versus Roll Giant. The tornado being able to stop the fisherman, it does a great job of negating that all the way. But Mugi, as we know, one of the best Roll Giant players in the entire world, he predicted when the tornado was going to pull the fisherman, and he went for the RG right away. Got the tower down and applied pressure throughout the entire match.
Yeah, doing a great job, just kind of bouncing right back. Then we go to game number 2. We got Evo'd Recruits and Ram Rider, and Mugi was just kind of on top of this the whole time. You know, right when the game started, we were talking about Mighty Miner matching up against those Royal Recruits, and it really didn't seem to be that much of a problem. The other thing that came out was that Mother Witch. Mother Witch, always a pain. Actually has a decent amount of targets here when you're talking about the archers, talking about the goblins, and of course the wall breakers, but it just didn't, she did not seem to get into the mix the way that Pandora would like. And then that goblin cage, you know, it was really interesting because Pandora was trying to get ahead of the cycle, get ahead of the miners, but it kind of ended up coming back to bite him in the end because Mugi was on top of the cycle and then thought, what's the best way to respond to this? Maybe skeleton dragons instead of a spell so I can get a counter push, and that snowball came in brilliantly.
Yeah, the snowball prediction, as you called, on to the Skeleton Dragons to allow the double connection, that's what really sealed the deal there. I thought the cage in the back was kind of strange. It seemed like it didn't really pay off well.
Yeah, I mean, at first, you know, it was one of those things where you're like, is this a misclick? But then you're right. I mean, you know, he's trying to stack Elixir. We've talked about that with Cage before, and he wasn't really worried about opposite lane pressure. So, you know, one of those things where you're trying to get ahead of it, but it ends up kind of coming back to get you. Who would have thought about Mugi, Pandora, and Pedro in the top 3? And honestly, probably not a lot of people out there. I mean, you got to give the nod to Mugi. He's exceptional. He's been around forever. He's been in the top 5 for the last 4 years, I believe. And everyone else, we got a rookie and we got someone who was really underrated coming into this. Now I can see you're frothing at the bit. What's going on over there, Rich?
Well, I was just thoroughly enjoying that last one because when you see Mugi playing his best, you end up learning so much. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the final moments from that last game where Mugi really put on a clinic here of decision making. So first thing you're gonna see is, while there's some expenditure just to mitigate the damage here on the right-hand side for this Ram Rider push, after Pandora goes in with the arrows, he just opts to let that go ahead and hit and not worry about it.
Yeah.
He has health to spend.
Yep.
Health, HP is a resource. Knowing when to spend it is absolutely huge. So of course, he goes in opposite direction. And as we look down here, you talk about that Mother Witch. Well, Cage comes out, but look at the value on the poison.
Wow.
The problem with the Mother Witch was that the Mother Witch ended up primarily being spell fodder. Then, of course, we back this up just a little bit here because now you have Mugi knowing that the Fireball has to come out to take care of all of these, including those evolved archers. So what does he do? He goes in Miner, he goes in with the wall breakers, and then, of course, look at that. Let's back this up to the future. Back it up to the... Where are you, Skelly Dragons? They are just barely deploying. You see, they're still in their phased out deploy, and then boom, the snowball comes in before they even drop. That's Mugi
clean.
In the future. That's Wallbreaker's connections. That's what a world champion does to win on the biggest stage.
And I've said this for years about Mugi and the way he plays. It's why I love watching him play Royal Giant so much, is because he gets on top of cycle better than almost anyone I have ever watched play the game, and he knows exactly what you're gonna do to respond as not just the best response, but the best response for a pro player. And watching you for years and years too, you know a lot of times as a pro, you want to respond with troops, not spells. And also he didn't have the, I guess he would have had the elixir if he didn't play the Skeleton Dragons, but that's the smarter play. Mugi's ready with the snowball. Absolute brilliance from our former world champion.
Yeah, troops can always counter push, but they are not guaranteed to get the job done.
That's right.
And that's where that snowball comes through and guarantees the wall breaker connection.
Let's take a look here at our bracket. And then there were 2. But A little bit of a caveat there. You guys can see match 31 if needed. That means Mugi has to win 4 of the next several games, but first he has to win 2. He has to beat Pedro in our grand finals and then a reset. He has to beat him 2 more times. And honestly, if you look at the run Pedro has gone on, I mean, Juicy, break this down for me. Look at the numbers of this kid.
Yeah, I mean, Pedro, like I said, Rookie of the Year. He beat Mugi once before. He's beat Pandora. He's beat, I mean, so many people. Everyone.
He beats 2 world champions in Ruben and Mugi. He takes out Samuel Basoto, who was a lot of people's favorite to be the champion this year behind Mohamed Light. A lot of people were saying they thought it was going to be Momo and Sam in those finals. Well, Pedro had a lot to say about that. Yeah. 2 over Pandora, 2-0 over Mugi, giving Mugi the first reverse sweep that he's had this year in World Finals. But Mugi able to stay alive in our lower bracket and right back up top and in our grand finals is our 2021 champion, who again, I mean, you cannot put enough respect on the fact that he could be the first ever repeat CRL world champion. And then that conversation comes out in the world. Who's the actual GOAT? Momo has had that lockdown for almost 2 entire years, and now finally one player has a chance to threaten that title.
The other thing is Mugi's already lost to Pedro twice now. So how do you, or not, well, twice in matches. Yeah. But the other thing is, like, how do you come back from that mindset?
I mean, world champion is maybe the best person to do it, but hopefully he's got time to reset now and not think too much about that match against Pedro. AC, you're giving your favorite player a break right now. What are you doing down there on the floor?
That's right. The grand final is right around the corner, and I'm standing here with a true insider of the game, community manager Max. How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. Weekend's been a blast, and yeah, it's amazing. Thank you.
The CRL World Finals is the marquee event of the year for the Clash Royale community, bringing everyone together for a really special weekend. What does this event mean to you and the rest of the team?
I mean, it's amazing for the team to see the game played on such a high level, high competitive level, and yeah, it's just amazing. It's even better when it's surrounded by fans and content creators.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see, you've been a community manager for a very long time. After all these years, what gets you the most excited about your job?
I mean, it's all about the connection with It's all about the connection with players, and I mean, this event is just amazing. Like the World Finals, being able to meet and talk with all the players and creators, it's fantastic, it's awesome.
We all feel special with you doing that. And then it's not every day that we get to ask you questions live on air, so I have to ask, are there any hints or sneak peeks you can give us into the future of Clash Royale?
Yes, so you can check our social media on Tuesday. We're gonna release a roadmap for upcoming content, and let's just say that towers are changing.
Love hearing that, love hearing that. Okay, so in all your years of working on Clash Royale, have you ever heard a good Clash Royale joke?
Good, I don't know, but I have one. What is the fastest vehicle in Clash Royale?
And what is it?
The motorcycle.
Oh, hey, okay. Thank you, Max, for your insight and for the dinners you've treated us this week.
It all comes down to this. Thousands of hours of practice, years of dedication, the ups and downs that come with excellence. No one believes in you. You have to believe in yourself, and you get to prove all the doubters wrong. That is what it means to be champion. No one else knows the struggle. The only people that do are the other ones that have sacrificed and bled the same that you had. And I said it on day one, and it stands ever true. This is so much more than just a trophy. Best of luck to you two competitors. This is your moment to claim that crown and see who's king.
He has taken out 2 world champions on his path to this grand final, and he just needs one more. Not only is he Rookie of the Year, but he's working towards getting the prize as the world champion for Clash Royale League 2023. Pedro, let's go! He's the 2021 world champion. He's one of the most talented players in all of Clash Royale history. The pride of the Japanese. Introducing Mugi!
How do you measure the weight of a moment? How do you prepare for something that you've never experienced before? On one side, a world champion, but a world champion from a distance, from the comfort of home, with friends around. On the other side, someone who was practically an unknown just 1 year ago, suddenly with a chance to become the #1, the most legendary player in our game.
I mean, you look at what Pedro has done this year, like you said, crawling out of nowhere and becoming the most dominant player here at World Finals. You talk to almost anyone in this room. You talk to Morten, you talk to other pros, you talk to Shane. Everyone seems to think it's all Pedro. Now, in the first set, if he's able to take it, obviously, it feels like you and I are leaning towards the fact that Pedro has already beaten Mugi. But if we get that reset, then it's anyone's game.
It's been done before, here, just 1 year ago. We saw it happen. And let's look at how you think this one will go down. And even with the life to give, 57% choosing the 2021 champion, Pedro, getting 43% of your votes for this matchup.
It's just so hard to bet on a rookie, Rich, but you watch what he's done. It's literally just the title that it puts him in that place. Otherwise, there's no way to think that he wouldn't win this. He has been so dominant. He's beaten 2 world champions. He's beaten the #3 in the world. He has been on top of this bracket the entire time. Let's take a look here at the predictions from the booth, and look at that. I mean, no surprise when you talk about fandom and what seems like logic.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a situation where Josh wouldn't pick Mugi. If it was Mugi against a hurricane, I think he would still go Mugi, 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 Mugi.
I mean, I completely agree with you there, and we'll see if AC is the standalone caster that gets the right prediction. But like I said, if we see Mugi take this first set, then it's anyone's game, but he's got to get there first. Game 1 of the final match of the 2023 World Finals starts now.
And the crowd starts to get into it. They've been loud all night. But now they got the big one.
And Hog Rider out early here for Mugi. It has been his favorite win condition this year in CRL, having a lot of games played with a beautiful win rate.
And Pedro puts Knight in the back, and a little bit of a deviation from his normal fare where you typically see that mortar come out, maybe trying to be a little unpredictable here with it all on the line.
46 plays has Mugi done in CRL with the Hog Rider. Tesla, the building of choice here in 2023 World Finals.
And Pedro varying position right out the gate, getting the correct read that almost certainly he is not against the tornado.
And Monk is just everywhere, does so well against Little Prince, does so well against those Evo archers. Gets a nice pushback there on Guardian, goes targets the Little Prince.
And Pedro with a small elixir advantage, but nothing really to take advantage of it. So splits Goblins high, Tesla out, easy response, and Pedro reading something there as he cycles that Knight.
2 two untouched towers, top of your screen, but only a lick of damage on the bottom right. So we see another Hog Rider come in here from Mugi, and right now I think they're just feeling each other out, Rich, trying to see how, if anyone's gonna make any mistakes early, and then I imagine once we get down to a minute left of gameplay, things get a little spicier.
Oh, certainly they will. And interesting you see, you talk about that feeling out process, Andrew, the not playing an Earthquake early on that bomb tower, instead just maintaining this even game.
Yeah, same thing there. You're talking about with getting that miner cycled in the back. Pedro knowing that's his best response.
Oh,
Look
wow.
at that. Goes for the King Tower activation. Learns that from Air Surfer. We saw Air do it earlier on today, and we saw how much that helped that game.
And there you get really in high relief the thing that we saw happen in Mohamed Light's matchup against that Monk, how wide that earth is that you have to give it for the reflection.
And it's so funny, you know, you talk about that on broadcast, and I think a lot of people were kind of like, well, that's not, is that a duh statement for pros? But if you saw online, there were so many people that were talking about, oh yeah, that range, that splash, that reflect, I can't believe that it actually got the reflect back. And, you know, if it's able to trick Momo, it makes a lot of sense.
Hog to the opposite lane here. This time, now that we're in double, you see the not just Earthquake, but Snowball as well. Mugi selling out for one hog shot on the left.
And I like that. He goes and recognizes that he's not going to really be able to break through in single elixir, so how can he make things happen? And then you talk about Pedro. I've heard many people talk about this. First of all, it feels like he's just playing ladder. He just keeps coming out with the same thing. You kind of heard Morton say it. It's like, you know what he's going to hit you with. He's going to hit you with minor poison control, and guess what? You cannot stop him.
Mugi going for some creativity here. Hog way in the back. Earthquake does not get on the bomb tower. Little Prince trying to stop the Hog. One shot will get it anyway, though. And look at the miner on the opposite side. Blow for blow. These two are trading as we enter sudden death.
And it's so impressive because you look at Pedro being able to keep up and have the damage lead with just basically that miner plus poison chip. These Hog Riders have connected a few times, and you see right there, he just goes, all right, poison on top of one archer, no problem. Mugi continues to sell out. Perfect timing, though, on the defense.
Pedro opening up the lead a little bit. 80 seconds left, 13:58 to 16:33. Pressure stays on. That Ice Spirit is not available to reset that miner at all, so has to rely on the Evo Archers as Mugi sets up his next Monk to the left.
This is just so crazy. You know what he's gonna play. You know what he's coming out with, and you just cannot seem to break through. You know, you think you maybe just go straight up counter for minor poison, but look at this. Perfect defense after perfect defense. Mugi trying to beat the cycle.
And the late bomb tower stops at 889 to 1066. We are very tight.
Guardian plus Little Prince at the bridge. Miner now to the back. That's it, Rich. That's tower down. That's tower down.
Little Prince ticking away and staying up, and that's it. Pedro is one win away from being world champion.
Mugi now has a lot of thinking to do over the next couple of minutes. You see Pedro busting out his sheet. Pretty calm, though.
Well, if I were one win away from World Finals, I don't know if I would be calm or if I'd be freaking the heck out.
I do not know how he does that. Let's take a look here at the replay from that brilliant game number one from Pedro.
And you see Mugi just a couple of times really trying to sell out here, but at that point, we saw the prediction Snowball beautiful earlier. Well, that one went to nothing, and so hey, Snowball's out of cycle, Earthquake's out of cycle. Yeah, I'll throw my goblins down there, and this just gets everything. And Pedro puts the pedal to the metal at the exact right moment.
Well, you know how dangerous the goblins are. You know how dangerous Little Prince is. What do you pick to take off the board? And honestly, Mugi didn't know which one to do. He still goes with the Little Prince because he knows that is a lot harder to deal with. Obviously, you can take goblins off the board with just a small spell, or you can distract them. The Little Prince becomes a big-time threat. But the problem is when both of them are on your tower, when both of them are coming down the lane, you barely have any elixir. And that is why Pedro is such a master with cycle. I mean, Mo said it earlier in the year. He said one of the biggest threats at World Finals was going to be Pedro. And I think a lot of us were kind of like, huh, really? I mean, there must be something that you're not seeing out there that you're seeing out there that we're not seeing. Now he's showing the entire world why you should be scared of him playing that deck even when you know it's coming.
We've made the comparison earlier, but you go a few years back, another guy who was ladder dominant, one of the all-time ladder greats in Igor, and his coach, Eric Benamou, our former co-caster, used to say how much easier it was to turn a good ladder player into a great competitor rather than the other way around. And we're seeing the same thing here. Pedro's been great on ranked, great on ladder, and now he's turning out to be great in competitive play.
It's so funny that you say that, because AC this morning when we were having breakfast, he said that someone was talking about how Pedro right now looks like he's going on an Igor 2019 run, and this absolutely looks just like that.
Well, let's see if he finishes it out here, or if we have more Clash Royale to play. Game 2 starts now.
And we see our former world champion take a big sigh and then a little bit of smile here.
A little bit of shaky fingers there from Pedro. Maybe finally the moment is starting to click for him that this could be it.
$250,000 is a life-changing amount of money for anyone. But you talk about a rookie, how young you are, how fresh and new your career is. $250,000 on the line.
And that rage, you see Pedro take a moment and evaluate. Has a feeling he's against the deck that has done so much nasty work this weekend.
Yeah, that Goblin Giant deck with the minions and the Evoed Bats has been so tough to keep up with. And Pedro sitting back, leaking some elixir, leaking a bunch of elixir, trying to think just how he wants to move forward here.
A little chip damage left-hand lane. Both players slow things way down. First minute passed, and just a little touch on the bottom right and on the top left.
What's fascinating about this is Mugi was not going to hold at all, but then based off of Pedro, who apparently has struck a little bit of fear in our former world champion, he goes, all right, fine. I guess I had to slow things down, play at your pace. And just several seconds away from getting into that double elixir and figuring things out moving forward.
Well, Mugi just got beat by Pedro with Electro Giant not 20 minutes ago, maybe half an hour ago. So he's sitting here seeing the Evo Archers and the Barb Barrel and wondering if he's about to suffer the same fate once more.
And 17 seconds remaining before we get to double elixir, and you can imagine this is going to be a hot and heavy last minute of regulation. Again, Mugi back against the wall, facing elimination. Pedro with lives to give, with a set to give. One game away from glory.
And Team Bowler goes wild. Not sure if that smile from Mugi was in response to the cheers. And it's Bowler plus Mega Knight.
A very, very heavy deck, which makes sense why Mugi wanted to slow things down. There's the Goblin Giant as well. So busting out, pulling out all the stops is our 2021 world champion.
Skeleton King. Maybe Royal Giant here instead of the Electro Giant.
Yeah.
With the Phoenix in tow, and of course the Skeleton King.
Bat's getting great value on that left-hand side. Nice value fireball there as well. And those two Phoenixes will be distracted. There's the RG coming down. Fishboy right in front of that King.
And Mega Knight comes down to help the DPS, but that's going to be a few big-time shots. Lead opened up for Pedro, 23-31.
And this is a great counter push. You get the Goblin Giant behind the Mega Knight. That way the Spears can help out with the Phoenix. Then you have the Evo Bats coming in. The Phoenix Egg pop. I don't know if that Fireball was actually necessary, and we will see. Pedro gets that Fisherman out, though, just in time, Rich.
That is a clutch King Tower activation. Some Spears still get on that right-hand tower, but Pedro able to get his Evolved Archers out and set up for his next push.
Another Goblin Giant coming down here from our former champion on the right-hand side. The rookie, though, ice in his veins.
A Goblin Giant, a Mega Knight, a Bowler, and Rage all on this left-hand lane.
That Bowler is raged up, but still he's just kind of caught in traffic over and over. These defenses from Pedro have been pretty clean, but nice damage there on the left-hand side for Mugi.
Not quite caught up, but very close, courtesy of the left-hand tower of Mugi. Down to 1999 is the current biggest lead as the former champion sets up in that weak side lane.
1 minute remains in what could be the last match of 2023.
Just piling everything on here at the bridge, trying to find a way to break through. Rage just not quite doing it yet. Pedro managing his cycle very, very well.
Rich, the rookie, looks like he might be taking this already, completely controlling this game. Now, finally, the second RG comes in.
And goes to the non-bowler side, which is interesting. Does get one more shot, but keep in mind, both those sides fairly even. Has not opened up a more significant lead as the Goblin Giant comes in the Tombstone.
The MK hits the Tombstone! The MK hits the Tombstone! That Goblin Giant can get to tower!
Fireball onto the Evolved Archer's Fishboy, not doing very much, and suddenly the lead in both lanes, heavy for Mugi. Pedro with his last gasp here in game 2.
We're going to game number 3. The Fisherman connects on the right side, damage on the left, and Mugi stays alive!
And you saw Pedro taking a look here, evaluating as he began to realize what he was facing. Goblin Giant with both Mega Knight and Bowler. Andrew, this is insanity.
I mean, you know, it's one of those things where you're looking at this deck and it doesn't make a lot of sense, but what's been played all weekend long, you see those Evo Bats actually coming in and baiting out some spells from Pedro, but really what it is Mugi probably happy to wait till Triple Elixir. You know, we're looking at the beginning of that game, and Mugi kind of started a little aggressive. Pedro just played a couple cards and then sat back. And then honestly, for Mugi, he's probably happy about that. With how heavy his deck is, that's when you start to think maybe Pedro wishes he got a little bit more damage out in single.
So we see here this Phoenix Egg comes down and distracts. That Fisherman gets pulled over, and now that Fisherman gets behind and is able to support this push on the left-hand side. So you kind of had this moment of hope there, but damage already done. And at this point, the DPS able to kill that Royal Giant so quickly, and you can see Pedro grimacing there, knowing he now has to go to a swing game that either wins him the championship or makes him go for another best of 3 against Mugi.
And that's where you start to really think about those rookie nerves coming in. And even at the end there, that bowler, the bowler does so much. The Fisherman pulled it away, but the bowler already out of his hands, connects on that left-hand tower, and Mugi doing an exceptional job, hanging on, keeping poise until triple, and then really turning up. I mean, there's a point there at the end. It's just Mega Knight, bowler, Goblin Giant at the bridge, try and stop me. The bats over the middle, and the bats are so fascinating because they have to be addressed. They have to be spent on, and it was just absolute brilliance there from Mugi.
And taking a look at some of our commentators out there, Rich the Baller, hey, nice name there, fella. Shout out to the commentators for the Clash Royale League World Finals. They're hilarious with a little laughing, crying face emoji. Oh, well, that's very sweet.
Thank you.
Not me. I don't. Well,
Rich, you just wrote
You had to find someone who has an account name that looks like my Smurf.
It's like Rich Clayton.
Yeah, right?
But here we go. All laughs aside, Rich, we got our final game coming here of maybe the entire tournament. Mugi, Pedro, game 3. Let's do it.
Tornado still available for both players. Poison still available for Mugi, not available for Pedro. Start thinking about some of the popular stuff out there. E-Giant potentially, but no Evo Archers, so a different variation would be necessary.
And a good luck in both directions, and little extra couple bit of emotes there, and you can't call that BM. That's just love going back and forth between two competitors that respect the heck out of each other.
And not a big surprise here for Hog Rider out of Pedro. Wants to play just reflexively, reactively.
And Mugi may be going back to wall breakers. He had a lot of success with it in his previous set against Pandora. Would love to see that. I believe it's his second most dominant win condition.
And certainly looks like that might be the case.
Don't you know who I am?
We saw some Hog Rider Royal Ghost Bandit. Now we're seeing Hog Rider Royal Ghost with Prince. And I like what we're seeing here out of Pedro. You know, a big stray away from just completely controlling the game.
And wow, recruits are huge here. You have to imagine Pedro, after Fisherman being out, wasn't expecting maybe to be against the recruits. And here he finds himself with a lot to deal with.
This dual lane pressure is scary. MK comes down. Great job by Mugi, though, not using the ability there. Maybe expecting the MK to come down after seeing Prince and that Royal Ghost. And had he used that Guardian ability, Rich, that could have been a lot of trouble.
Hog in now that the bomb tower is out. Miner to mitigate the damage. This is going to be a few big-time shots, though, with no King Tower activated, just the Miner and the Log. Forced expenditure. Mugi survives and gets damaged, but finds himself very down on Elixir.
Yeah, really, really nice there. I mean, kind of making something out of nothing in terms of that defense. Gets some good wall breaker connections on that left-hand side. Doesn't take too much damage on the right. Continues the damage lead on both towers.
Excellent little kite there from the Spear Goblins.
Yeah.
But as we go into double Elixir time, Mugi just getting a little bit more chip here.
Kneel, numbskulls.
And I like what Mugi's doing. He has to continue to go into that opposite lane. He cannot try to ram his head against an MK Prince Royal Ghost push with a Firecracker, Hog Rider, all that. He needs to make sure that he is splitting up his opponent's attention.
Pedro opting to take one here, and that's a well-timed Guardian.
He needs another tank here, and there they go. Evo recruits come in.
And that will open up some damage for Pedro, but Mugi now putting tons of work in on both lanes. Arrows finally come out, and Pedro stops some wall breakers.
16:33, 22:96, 15 seconds remain here in regulation of game number 3.
Prince finally not facing goblins or recruits for a half second. Log for some knockback. Can it get to? And no, the defensive wall breakers stop the Prince from getting to the bomb tower. Bats trying to clear. Hog should get one.
And that was a great job of Mugi mitigating that damage from the Prince, having to pick his priorities there. Does take care of the Prince, and like you said, takes one shot, but he's using his health as a resource. 12:28 now to 18:50.
Continuing to get poison value is Mugi just over and over again. And Pedro doesn't have many options to not give it to him.
And I like this opposite lane. Arrows should come out on top of these wall breakers. And now Mugi setting up for defense once again. High Evo recruits, regular recruits.
And Pedro must be happy to have all those in one lane for once. Of course, the evolved ones will be coming very soon. Now Miner plus Spears left-hand lane for Mugi. Bats trying to hold, but that's a ton of damage. Miner on the tower, Spears do a ton, and Mugi has opened this thing wide open.
Royal Ghost does connect, but a great job there with the wall breakers, Rich, to stop that Evo Firecracker. Seems like the most dangerous part of that push. Mugi did a sellout push on the left-hand side, gets great damage out of it, and perfect defense, and now should be back to Evo recruits. There we go.
Pedro's having so much difficulty with the miners because the best ways to catch them are tools he really needs for offensive pressure. And there you go. Miners in, Wallbreaker in, Prince finally able to stop a miner, but then recruits come right behind him.
4:05 to 9:47, but miner chip is all that Mugi's been getting here late. And you know that's just a couple hog hits, an MK leap. He's got to play perfect now, just needs to poison it out.
Poison in. And that's it, Andrew. We are going to a bracket reset, best of 3 for the World Championship.
And this is where things get really crazy, Rich, because you talk about the pressure. Mugi has been here before. He's been World Champion. Pedro has been unstoppable all weekend. He hasn't had a match loss. So what does that match loss actually do to your confidence moving forward?
That's a huge shift. He's just been running through this bracket the whole time. But of course, Pedro, you can't be someone who puts 3 accounts in the top 10 on ladder without being able to bounce back from losses, but it's very different doing it at home versus now for the first time, the win on the stage might come out of your sails.
And that goes all the way back to the point that you were making about Igor at the beginning of this set, is can that ladder skill translate to competitive play? And that's such a good point because we all know what it's like on ladder when you're beating your head against the wall over and over and over. The best ladder players, you gotta just end game and go right back in it and act like that never happened. We'll see, again, if that can translate here for Pedro.
You know, thinking about some of these decks, and we'll see them here in a little bit, it did feel like some of these choices got a little bit away from what Pedro has done best with, right? He goes hog in the last game, but doesn't go hog cycle. He goes with the RG in game number 2. We'll dig into those decks a bit more, but first, let's go down to the floor with a member of our Clash Royale community.
And right now, I am with Arden Toas. And so, Arden, talk to me about how Mugi played in that set.
Pues, ¿cómo para ti pareció que jugó Mugi en este partido?
Para mí, Mugi jugó increíble, no hizo ni un error, ni siquiera está nervioso. Yo creo que ya después de perder esa partida en contra de Pedro, ahora vendrá más fuerte y más relajado.
I think that he played incredible, that he didn't make any mistakes, and that he's gonna feel a bit more reassured now to come back to this new best of 3 against Pedro.
So he has the momentum. Who do you think is going to win this next set?
Pues ahora él tiene como un momento, ¿no? Como está en su medida cierta. Para ti, ¿quién piensas que va a ganar esta próxima partida?
Para mí, yo creo que los dos jugadores ya están acá, ya merecen mi respeto, ya merecen todas mi apoyo y literalmente va a ganar el mejor y listo.
Well, I believe that both players are here, and for that, they deserve my respect, they deserve my support, and let the best one win.
Agreed. How happy are you with your performance this weekend?
¿Cuánto estás tú contento con tu performance, con tus habilidades aquí en los juegos este final de semana? Tú, contigo mismo.
Yo creo que yo estoy contento, yo me divertí mucho, disfruté el evento, se pierde, se gana, esta vez tocó perder y simplemente me motivo más para prepararme para el siguiente año e intentar mejorar mis récords y mis metas.
Well, I'm very happy with my performance. You win, you lose. This time I lost, but I've learned from that, and I'm gonna put all my efforts for next year as well to come back and play again.
Yeah, I mean, you did an incredible job. Everybody give it up for Arden. Woohoo! Actually, I want you to tell him that I'm very proud of him.
All right, we got Juicy J up here in the booth. Obviously a professional player. I honestly, with the way that you play the game, maybe next year you're not going to be here because you're going to be competing. I hope that's not the case. But Juicy, I think the first thing that I want to address, there's a couple things. Obviously that crazy game with the bowler and the MK and the Gob Giant, which I'm sure we can get to in a moment. But the first thing is, he just keeps playing Minor Poison. What do you do? How do you counter it? Why can't anyone stop him? Is there something out there you can just run that completely counters it, or is there just no way through this man playing that deck?
I know, it's exactly like what we were saying in the back. I asked you, or I was talking to Josh, and it was like, it's almost like I'm watching him play ladder. Yeah. Like he just brings his best deck, he plays to perfection, and he makes it work, he makes it happen. That's what happened in this deck number 1. He's using Minor Poison, as he knows, versus some Hog EQ. He doesn't have the Tesla version, which makes it a little bit more difficult. Also, it's hard to deal with this 3-card cycle, which is why it was hard, but he still was able to come out on top.
What do you play to counter it? What is there that can just stop him in this deck?
I think the biggest thing is lightning decks, right? You need Beatdown, you need Goblin Giant Lightning, you need Electro Giant Lightning, or maybe even some Royal Giant. We've seen Mugi play Royal Giant very successfully today, and I think that's what really he needs to use in this next game 1.
Speaking of Royal Giant, in game number 2, that's the direction Pedro went, switching things up to RG with the Skeleton King, a kind of interesting version of Royal Giant Skelly King. But then he goes up against, we've seen Goblin Giant Bowler. We saw Goblin Giant Mega Knight. Goblin Giant Bowler Mega Knight. Juicy, what in the world are we looking at?
Honestly, I mean, we talked about the Goblin Giant Plus Mega Knight earlier, and the Goblin Giant Plus Bowler, and how it's very difficult to move or to deal with all these moving parts. But when you put them all 3 together, it's just 3 really high HP units that are jumping, rolling, spearing everywhere, and it's just so difficult to defend. Even with a super high control deck that Pedro has here, he wasn't able to do it, especially when you add Rage into the mix.
Well, what's fascinating about that deck is it's a 3.9 average, but it only costs 9 to get back around. And I think that's what was really unique about it. And as we go on to game number 3 here, Juicy, was this a matchup conversation when you talk about the Prince going up against those recruits, or did Mugi just outplay Pedro here in game 3?
Honestly, I think it really was an outplay. And, you know, he got that really solid damage at the beginning, which just taking advantage of the more expensive Mega Knight from Pedro, but his defense was perfect. We're so used to watching Mugi play perfect and have that great micro, and he just brought it out for us to watch right now.
And did phenomenally with it, of course, and now he has to go back to the drawing board and figure out what the heck do I do in a bracket reset. You know, you prepare to potentially face the same person more than once in this competition. You typically hope that it's not back-to-back, Andrew, unless, of course, you're Mugi.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, and this is, again, where I go back to feeling like the favor falls in Mugi's court, right? I mean, he's an ex-champion. He has already gone down and lost and bounced back from it, which I think is really important. And we see here, Flo Kratos, the GOAT debate might have turned in Mugi's favor due to the insane amount of consistency, which pushes him right in front of Mo IMO. Now, I don't think it pushes in front of him yet. I do like Mo IMO, but you look at what he did with Ponos, you look at what he did last year, you look at what he did when he was champion, and it is a very clear statement that he is number 2 at least in the world.
I think there's no question about that whatsoever, but if he wins right here against Pedro, we will have our own Messi Ronaldo in Clash Royale, maybe until the end of time, which I'm very curious to see how that one shakes out.
And I gotta find out what Cashman thinks about Pedro or Mugi. Are they overrated or underrated? And we're gonna go down to the floor right now.
Okay, so to the left of me is Cashman. All right, woohoo! Cashman, I want to ask, or I want to say congratulations on getting married. Where did you celebrate the honeymoon?
We went to a place called Japan, which it's weird because one of the world, maybe the champion of the world might be from Japan. Actually, you know what I'm going to say right now? He is going to be from Japan. I'm calling it. Mugi's winning this.
Go for it. Okay. I love the content, but it's so sad to not see you post. When can we expect to see you make your comeback to content?
It's coming. The problem is I am inevitable, so I will be back with content quick, soon, yes.
Okay, so let's get some content right now. Your most popular segment is overrated, underrated. We're here at Worlds. Can we get a CRL Worlds 2023 exclusive underrated, overrated?
What if I say no? No, I'm joking. I'll do it. I'm in. What do I have to say? This is overrated or underrated? Oh. Can you give me like a card?
Potentially cards, Evos, heavily used.
Okay, which one do you think? You have to give me a card. Overrated or underrated?
Okay, just whatever makes you happiest. Sandals, what are they?
Oh, underrated. Those are underrated. Very, very underrated. These things are very underrated. Underrated! Oh, God. Okay. Do you think Pedro can recover after losing his first best of 3? What does he need to tell himself in order to fix the mindset? I think he has to watch a little bit of B-Rad content. I think watching B-Rad play Dex, it's very, very motivating. He plays it very, very well. He's the best player I've ever seen play a deck. Also, Evo Skeletons, gotta play that. Those are very, very good. Inferno Tower, pros. It's a little too late because most of you guys have already been eliminated, but Inferno Tower, very good. You should probably play it a little bit more. That's all. Right.
Okay, brilliant stuff. I just want to say, hey, your Jersey game is incredible every single time. He brings it. And speaking of bringing it, let's go back upstairs for them to bring this final match.
You know, sometimes at World Finals, you find players who are just struggling to comprehend what's happening in front of them. And I just saw 2 memes go head-to-head on the floor. And we have feet once again in
I
the
was
Clash
gonna
Royale
say,
universe.
this is not a World Finals apparently without some feet. And apparently Thanos is down there because he heard Cashman is inevitable. Excited to see when you come back to the content, brother. Thank you so much for that interview. Boys, I'm doing it right now. And you know what? The production booth might even love me. Predictions, grand finals, bracket reset, Juicy.
I have to pick Pedro here. I mean, Mugi, he's fantastic, but I need to see Pedro, the Rookie of the Year, come through and be crowned the world champion. He's beaten 3 world champions, actually, because he actually beat Mugi earlier, and now he just needs to do it one more time. And like Shane said, you know, I did the interview with Shane. He said that Pedro's got that composure, and I think that is going to carry him through this reset and allow him to win this match.
I know you hate being put on the spot, but
I know I've been picking Pedro a lot, but today I think that Mugi's gonna come out. We might see a hard counter right out the gate, take advantage of Pedro going to comfort, and I really wanna have that GOAT debate become a real thing.
I do too. I want to see a back-to-back world champion, but that does not mean I'm not rooting for Pedro either. Here we go. Grand Finals reset, the final match of the entire year. Mugi, Pedro, $250,000. Let's go.
You know he wants to do it, but I really have to hope that Pedro does not open minor poison here.
I know. I do. I mean, but it's one of those things. It's like, do you really think I'm going to do it again right now? And as of right now, it looks like he just might be running it back. And then we'll see if Mugi takes a page here out of Juicy's book and goes for something heavy, goes for something with lightning. Fisherman, not a bad sign of that.
And this little prince is gonna get picked up and reset by the fisherman. Mugi splits his goblins in the back. And here we go, it's Mortar game number 1.
And Gob Giant right into it.
What up, future king?
And as a Mortar player, this isn't a great spot to be in, but you do have that little prince to help everything out. And Valkyrie, we have not seen a lot of her in this competition, and you see Pedro bringing it out in the biggest moments.
And opting to save the elixir and not call in the Guardian throughout that whole exchange. Happy to sacrifice a little bit of damage.
Oh, and now he has an opening to do it. Those bats stop it. Now we see a miner going behind. Is that a small mistake? No, Mugi has some decent defense for it.
Bats for both, but Evo Mortar for Pedro. Evo Bats for Mugi as he mortars to the opposite lane.
And Little Prince, a great response to that. And you see Pedro maybe playing a little bit too similarly to how he has in the past. You knew he was going to get doubled down. You knew he was going to try to protect the Mortar. Mugi immediately pulls the trigger on that Guardian and gets some good damage out of it.
This might be the second or third time Valky's been played all weekend. Yeah. It's very interesting to come out in this moment.
And Mugi maybe opting to take some damage. He knows Mortar is out of cycle. He knows he can double down on this push. And if his opponent is able to cycle all the way back around, Mugi's thinking he could take advantage of that with his spell power. There we go. Evil Mortar at the bridge. You knew it was coming.
And doing a good job taking advantage of the focus that Mugi had to place on the little prince there to engage with the bats there at the bridge.
And Mugi ready for every single one of these miners so far, Rich. 25-87, 27-09. Our former world champion is turning up the heat. Fireball Rage on top. You know it's coming.
Oh, boy.
That is brilliant.
Boy. Bats in. They are being taken for by the Guardian, so they will survive for a while.
And to pick up a game off of Pedro while he's playing miner is such a huge swing in momentum.
Oh,
and look at that, predictive miner, Rich.
And the snowball behind. Will this be enough to get Mortar on tower? No, Goblin Giant goes to the opposite lane. Pedro trying to protect, but that Mortar's not gonna get as much as he would like.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit too much. All of us Mortar players have been there before. You wanna double down at the bridge. You wanna make sure you can get that connection, but look at that right-hand tower. Mugi is so happy to eat those maybe 2 Mortar shots. No, takes 1 down to 1060.
Take some to give some, and now the Mega Knight comes out. Mugi may be realizing that Pedro struggled against the rage plays, this time not throwing the bowler in here as well.
And I love this play because the worst thing that happens when you cycle those goblins, Rich, is you can't pick up a miner. But look at the push on that right-hand side.
Devastation, 884, 90 seconds left, and Mortar has just not had the magic that's carried Pedro thus far.
A very nice Goblin Giant. I was kind of looking at the elixir bar there of Mugi, wondering how he wanted to respond, and he has played this absolutely perfectly. 1981 now to 884.
Finally starting to catch up a little bit is Pedro, but is the gap too big with 90 seconds left playing Mortar Miner against... There you go.
I like this play a lot, Rich. I really think you got to go hyper-aggressive because we all know Miner Poison, 3-card cycle, and you see Pedro's face. He knows he got caught looking. Mugi, back-to-back wins, and now is 1 game away from being repeat world champion.
Pedro has got to be shaking in his boots. Went comfort game number 1, and you had to imagine that every single game, Mugi was going to cover Miner, was going to cover Mortar, and he just got it locked down to open things up.
You know, Mugi just really kind of read everything that Pedro was going to do. Even when he doubled down, which again, Mortar players, you got to do that sometimes. You want to go for that predicted Miner. You want to drop the Ice Spirit or whatever in early to catch the building, catch the response card, but then you see how much attention he spends on that left-hand side. And then again, Mugi just keeps going. You don't have your building. You need that. The Little Prince is not enough when my Gob Giant is raged up. And I think we actually have a replay of some of those moments where you saw Mugi really take advantage of the cycle. And right here, Rich, we see Mortar comes out. What do you do in triple? Gob Giant at the bridge with the Evoed Bats. Those Evoed Bats are scary good. One stays alive, gets a little bit more HP, and now Evo Bat on the valve, Gob Giant on the tower, Fireball comes in, and you can see right there everyone rooting for their boy.
Well, had no other way to really pull that Goblin Giant in, but when you get behind and damage like that, and suddenly the thing you need for defense, you need to catch up on offense, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place with nowhere to go.
Yeah, and again, that gap gets bigger and bigger, just like you're talking about. You cannot have just Miner Poison to get the damage gap covered because your opponent is going to continue to go aggressive in that right-hand lane if you're going to spend that much. That's 7 elixir just for a Miner and Poison. If Mugi's not biting, he's not giving you that value, which he does all the time. Mugi is one of the best in the world at min-maxing, taking some to give some, and we saw that time and time again. And now what looked like 1 game away from Pedro being world champion, now we are just 1 game away from Mugi being repeat champion and then maybe stealing back that GOAT title.
You see the cat on the chest of Pedro. Shock Kalala sent so many players here to World Finals. That organization has dominated Clash Royale all year, and now their hopes rest on Pedro winning 2 in a row starting right now. Oh, thanks, guys.
I'm not mad about that one.
Yeah, that was nice.
That must be Rich over there.
And Pedro may be just trying to get some emotes out, just so his fingers do something and he feels a little more comfy.
Yeah, I mean, comfort is what he needs. He doesn't have his comfort deck. He loses with it in game 1. He has the advantage in the previous set. And now all of a sudden, a man that's been here before is just 5 minutes away from glory.
And it's interesting, Andrew, we've taken the whole weekend without really any real staring contests. And then here today, in the last couple of matches, we've seen not 1, but 2.
And you wonder how much of that is actually nerves, right? You know, you go back to that other game where Mugi's playing basically a 4.0 average elixir cost. And Pedro then looking, hindsight is 2020, always you go, should I have just been a little bit more aggressive in single? Because that beatdown push in triple maybe would have just been less easy for him to pull off.
Mugi cycling arrows just to maybe get the right cards in his hand. A little chip damage there to open things up. 40 seconds left until we get to our double elixir time.
I don't know how I feel about putting myself in a position to have to win a game in 1 minute against Mugi.
Yeah, that might be the scariest thing I can imagine.
Yeah.
Does Pedro go big here?
And looking like our admin wanted to get a quick little emote in there. Shout out to whoever that was.
And here we go. Final 10 seconds of regulation. What do you pull out here with everything on the line? Baby Dragon for Pedro.
And Ram Rider to counter from our former world champion.
Pedro will be very happy to have Bowler against the Ram Rider.
And E-Giant. And we see immediately Mookie go opposite lane with that Lumberjack.
He's been so good at knowing when to do that.
And back around to arrows soon should be Mookie. And there we go. This is a pretty great E-Giant on that right side. It just ate Moogie's entire defense up.
And now right back to it. Opportunistic Mother Witch at the bridge. Oh boy.
Tombstone out, Ram Rider in. Doesn't even need the arrows, and that's a big connection.
And the archers aren't following the E-Giant, so they might do a little pressure on the left-hand side, but they really aren't very helpful right now.
No, I think you just straight up ignore them. Recruits will do more than enough.
And they absolutely do. Electro Giant shredded. Now Bowler having to deal with this push on the right-hand side. E-Giant to pull. And Kite here in the middle. Mother Witch in response by Moogie.
Decent damage there from the recruits on the E-Giant, but you obviously want just a little bit more of it. Anti-lightning positioning there with the God Cage. Nice play, and Lumberjack high enough to where you're not comfortable to pull the trigger on that lightning.
Arrows plus poison covering both phases of the archers.
And one of the most under-celebrated cards defensively in the game is that Mother Witch, because she's able to put in a little bit of damage and then make those piggies tank for her. And right now, she's getting so much value from this Tombstone Ridge. I think Pedro needs to be a little bit more cautious about just cycling that Tombstone.
He's not being very conservative here. NATO does hold, though. He has E-Giant plus Archer on the left, Bowler plus Archer on the right. That Electro Giant not going to get much for him.
And recruits back in. Only 1 minute remains here. Moogie basically untouched. 58 seconds away from being a repeat world champion unless Pedro can turn things around and turn them around quick.
Pedro needs to get a Tombstone down. Instead, he's letting the E-Giant stun. E-Giant stun should completely give Pedro great opportunities against that Ram Rider, as every time it snares, ends up hurting itself. But so far, that has not been the story.
And now you can see Moogie turn up the heat on that right-hand lane if he'd like. Tombstone out early, maybe a high Mother Witch. Just has to go defense.
Electro Giant behind, and the archers are not far enough away to totally ruin that Lumberjack. Lightning in, and the arrows clear. One evolved archer still alive.
Rich. Moogie is moments away, 27-35, 23-03, and I believe we might have our first ever repeat world champion, and that is it. 2021, 2023, champ. That's Moogie. He had not lost a game until earlier today when he ran into Pedro. Pedro is the only person who was able to get Moogie's number, and Pedro takes one, Moogie takes the rest.
For so long, he's been so good. A ladder-ranked king, then carried Ponos into our 2020 World Finals, but fell short. 2021, a close matchup against Mohamed Light, and Moogie became the only person to have his face up on the side of Supercell headquarters in Helsinki, Finland. But then Mohamed Light puts on the greatest run we've ever seen. 2022, pure dominance. 2023, wins everything. But Moogie now has etched his name in the history books. There is only one. Two-time Clash Royale League world champion, and that's Moogie.
to be down here with our world champion, our two-time world champion. One more time for Mugi. Everybody, give it up. It is such a joy to be down here with you, Mugi. I got to interview you when you won back in 2021. How does it feel to be the first ever repeat world champion?
2回目、すみません、2年前に世界チャンピオンになった時に私もこのインタビューをしましたけれども、今2回目世界で初めて、歴史で初めて2回目のチャンピオンになりましたけれども、これはどのような気持ちでしょうか？
まずすごい嬉しいんですけど、なんか現実を今は受け入れられてないです。今は現実を受け入れられてないです。
So I'm extremely happy, but at the same time, to be honest, it still hasn't synced in. I can't feel it's real.
I mean, you've won this now 2 times. You were perfect until today. Pedro was the only person to beat you. He's the only person that took games off of you. How did you bounce back?
今まで完璧な大会でしたけれども、今日初めてペドロにゲームを負けて、ペドロだけ茂木さんとゲームを勝ったんですけれども、これはどうやって立ち直って逆転できましたか？
もう集中するしかないと思ったんで、切り替え方とかは特にないんですけど、次の試合もうまくいったし、すごくうまくは切り替えれたと思います。
So I just tried to stay focused, to be focused, and to be honest, I don't know. There was no like special way to get over it. I just played my game, tried to be stay in the while, and just all went fine. The next game and the next game and the next game, and here we are.
You lost game number 1 of the first finals. Was there ever a moment where you thought you might not be able to become champion?
この決勝戦の時に最初のゲームを負けたんですけれども、これは多分勝利できないと思った瞬間がありましたか？自信がない。
パンドラ選手に勝った後からもうすごい負ける気はしてなかったんで、1ゲーム落としても自分ならいけるという気持ちで頑張りました。
So when I won with Pandora, I thought like, okay, I'm still in the game. I go next, and I thought like, okay, now I can win this all. I can go all the way through if I won this last match. So it's just next one.
So I know you're smarter than me, and you're gonna save a lot of this money. But is there anything fun you're gonna do with it?
この今買った賞金を貯金するって言ったんですけれども、本当に何か一つでも楽しいものを買うつもりですか？
そちらにいる日本の応援団と一緒に焼肉に行きます。
Is he gonna buy him dinner?
That's exactly it. I'm gonna take them to the barbecue, my fun club over there.
I can speak a little bit of Japanese apparently. Mugi, congratulations. My last question for you. What can we expect from the 2-time world champion in 2024?
来年2024年に2回世界チャンピオンから何を予想できますか？期待できますか？
もちろん優勝します、来年も。
Obviously, I'm gonna win this thing next year again.
Looking to be the only 3-time and back-to-back champion. Let's hear it one more time for our world champion, Mugi!
Congratulations, Mugi, on a wonderful performance. This is our 6th World Finals. We now have 5 different champions. Josh, final thoughts for you on the weekend.
I mean, some incredible gameplay, but I mean, it's pretty obvious. Like, so happy for Mugi. This was incredible to watch, and yeah, just blessed to be a part of this.
Juicy, a 2-time world champion, of course. We have his biggest rival somewhere in the building as well. Thoughts on how these two shake out in 2024?
Yeah, I mean, Mugi, Pedro, Mohamed Light, they're all rivals, but it's fantastic to watch them all play against each other. And I loved how Mugi bounced back from losing to Pedro in the winner's bracket. Well played to Mugi, and GG's.
Andrew, we have now seen so many World Finals together. This feels like it's up there with some of the gutsiest performances we've seen out of a champion.
I mean, when you talk about going down game one in those finals and being able to go back to back to back to back, that is what it takes to be a champion. I love this job. I love CRL. It is so amazing to see lives change because this changed my life and I am so excited for next year.
On behalf of everybody here, we have a phenomenal production crew who has worked 24 hours a day, day in, day out. Let's hear it for this great team that has done not just Clash Royale League World Finals, but Clash of Clans. Hope they get some rest very, very soon. And on behalf of the guys up here, Joshua AC Sharon, Jackson Juicy J Wall, Andrew Guy, I'm Rich Slayton. That's your champion Moogie, and we will see you next year for Clash Royale League 2024.